Chapter 559. One had to admit that heaven-abandoning Supreme was indeed worthy of being a former Supreme. First, he was trapped in the immortal slaying sword formation. Then, he was ambushed by Zhou Tong with the battle stick. After that, his immortal foundation was severely damaged by the Saint Sun Emperor's formation diagram. But now, he was still able to hold on. An Emperor Dao Supreme was too strong. However, the stronger his opponent was, the more excited Zhou Tong was. The battle intent in his body kept surging, especially after he used the chaotic world demonic ape's celestial art. His battle intent was even more violent. The chaotic world demonic ape's celestial art could sharpen itself more in the chaos. It could constantly transform and become stronger with each battle. Zhou Tong fought like a madman. Under such circumstances, the treasured technique of the Vicious Ten was used to an unconventional peak. Comprehending the Tao in battle and improving in battle, this was a battle immortal. Especially at this moment, the chaotic world demonic ape's celestial art was also resonating with the battle stick. At this moment, the battle stick's divine image appeared and supported Zhou Tong. A sovereign weapon revived and supported Zhou Tong completely, causing his battle strength to soar in an instant. Zhou Tong's incomplete tyrant ancestral body took shape bit by bit in the process of colliding with heaven-abandoning Supreme. All kinds of laws were sorted out bit by bit and gradually perfected. His battle strength was still growing, and the power of the tyrant ancestral body was getting stronger. However, Zhou Tong was still a little unsatisfied because his ancestral body had not reached the perfect state that he had expected. But there was no other way, because his opponent could not hold on anymore. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation shrunk little by little, constantly reducing heaven-abandoning Supreme's range of movement. Finally, heaven-abandoning Supreme exploded with a loud bang as Zhou Tong struck with the battle stick for the last time. It's over, Fate Orange Gold. Your so-called fate no longer exists. In this life, the fate Orange Gold belongs to me, not you. Zhou Tong's eyes were like two heavenly swords. His battle intent burned like flames and finally spread to his bell. Dong! A bell rang. Zhou Tong used his supreme battle intent to strike the bell. The sound of the bell reverberated endlessly. It was the death knell of heaven's will. The domineering orange light on the bell gradually faded, and it finally reached a balance with the other immortal metals. However, the corner of fate brought about by the orange gold immortal gold profundity did not end there. Instead, it continued to pour into Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, separation and reunion, all the emotions and struggles of the human world were revealed. This was a future that the heavens had shown him. It was tragic and bleak. However, Zhou Tong, who had already destroyed his will of heaven, didn't get caught up in it. Instead, he looked at it from the perspective of a god. He looked at the fate of orange gold fate of heaven from a different angle. He had a different feeling. In the end, the heavenly mandate came to an end. Boom! At this moment, an eternal light flew out from Zhou Tong's forehead and pierced through the void of the universe. His primordial spirit was like an eternal immortal sun that illuminated the world and shattered the heavens. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. In front of him was still a silent starry sky. In the distance was still the tyrant body ancestral planet. The so-called heaven-abandoning Supreme didn't exist. Everything was just a manifestation of the heavenly mandate. So, this is the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven. In an instant, Zhou Tong understood the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven. This was a profundity that was very similar to the anterior secret character, but it focused more on fate and trajectory. Ordinary people couldn't control this immortal metal because it would cause the cultivator to walk into a predetermined trajectory of fate. They would eventually fall and not be able to transcend. However, completely grasping the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven was equivalent to having the heavenly mandate in one's hand. From then on, one could pursue good fortune and avoid calamity without being tainted by karma. Of course, there was a certain limit to the so-called seeking fortune and avoiding calamity and not being tainted by karma. For example, if Zhou Tong deliberately went to a dangerous place, he couldn't avoid it. If he formed some kind of karma with an immortal king or even an expert of a higher level, this immortal metal couldn't help Zhou Tong avoid it. It could only weaken it a little. Actually, with my current trump cards and realm, it's no longer dangerous to control the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven. Zhou Tong understood the profundity of the immortal metal and said softly, even if the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven was to construct an illusory future, it still needed to be based on reality. For Zhou Tong, this reality was one of the many trump cards he had. The battle staff, the spiritual treasure sword array, the sacred Sun Emperor array diagram, the diamond carving, and even the heaven technique of the chaotic world demonic ape lineage that he cultivated. With these trump cards in hand, in a one-on-one battle, this supreme being who didn't know about his trump cards and who had severed his saber was no match for him. As for the reality of the supreme beings, they were supreme beings who fought one-on-one. It was impossible for the heavenly fate of heaven to conjure all the supreme beings of the dark turmoil because these supreme beings moved separately. Unless there was an undefeatable enemy, it was impossible for all of them to gather in one region. With these facts, it was possible to decipher the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven. Of course, this also required Zhou Tong's own strength. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary quasi-emperor, even if the diamond carving raised his battle strength to the seventh heaven, he would never be able to defeat Supreme Being Qitian. Back then, did Emperor Wu Shi also see something or understand part of the profundity of the orange-gold fate of heaven, so he ultimately gave up on this piece of orange-gold fate of heaven? Zhou Tong couldn't help but think of this. However, no matter what the truth was back then, he didn't know now. Actually, I'm now able to contend with one Supreme Being, but in the future, there will be 7 Supreme Beings in the dark turmoil. Although it was confirmed that he wasn't afraid of one Supreme Being, the number of Supreme Beings in the future was still huge. In particular, the 2 most important things in this battle, the spiritual sword formation and the sacred Sun Emperor's formation map, were greatly weakened when dealing with multiple Supreme Beings. The sacred Sun Emperor's formation map could only be used twice. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to awaken the sacred Sun Emperor. On the other hand, the spiritual sword formation was something that multiple Supreme Beings could break out of. When the Supreme Beings broke out of the formation, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Wielding the heavenly fate, Zhou Tong's heart was suddenly filled with countless insights. Although the battle with Supreme Being Qitian was illusory, it was also real. The tyrant ancestor's body that was completed during the battle was indelible. There were also countless emotions. Although they were illusory, they gave Zhou Tong a different kind of insight. While he was comprehending, the true blood of heaven in Zhou Tong's body was constantly expanding. It was originally more than 80%, but it was advancing bit by bit. Finally, it was infinitely close to 90%. It's time to break through the tribulation. Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the sky. A sea of lightning instantly descended. Good timing. I haven't had enough. Zhou Tong roared. He unleashed his tyrant ancestor's body and rushed up to the sky. He punched upwards, passing through the sea of tribulation and creating a vacuum. He had just passed the 4th tribulation not long ago. It had only been a few months since then, and he was about to pass the 5th tribulation. Such a cultivation speed could be said to be the best in the world. At this moment, in the void, endless lightning rays turned into a vast immortal domain that descended and surrounded him. The vast heavenly tribulation of a quasi-emperor naturally alarmed the tyrant ancestor star not far away. In an ancient cave with the word tyrant carved on it, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in a piece of immortal origin. Who is it? Who gave you the courage to come to the tyrant ancestor star to pass the tribulation? A cold voice came from the immortal origin. However, just as he was about to attack, he was suddenly stunned. Another tyrant body? Not from the ancestor star? So it's a tyrant body from another star domain who has come to acknowledge his ancestors. After passing the tribulation, bring him into the ancestral cave. Soon, an order came from the ancestral cave of the tyrant ancestor. Chapter 560. The Boundary Emperor Realm Heavenly Tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Even though he had mastered the Lightning Emperor technique, Zhou Tong still paid a bloody price for this heavenly tribulation. Especially when the Immortal Bell, Immortal Cauldron, and Ancient Desolate Tower appeared at the same time, he was even more severely injured. But at the same time, the firmament true blood in his body also kept boiling during the tribulation and finally reached 90%. After the heavenly tribulation ended, he successfully advanced to the fifth heaven of the Boundary Emperor Realm. At this moment, both his physical body and divine sense were extremely terrifying and had reached a shocking level. Then, he started to swallow all kinds of essence in the universe to replenish his body after the tribulation. However, this process didn't last for too long because there was also a huge amount of lightning in the heavenly tribulation that he swallowed and refined with the Lightning Emperor technique. He had already replenished more than half of his essence. Fifth heaven of the Boundary Emperor Realm. I feel that my divine restriction has reached a whole new level. Zhou Tong stood in the void and experimented. Currently, the divine restriction could already last for 4 hours, and the interval between each time was about 15 minutes. This kind of duration and interval was almost eternal. The most important thing was that he could enter the divine restriction casually, and there was almost no possibility of failure. Even the Boundary Emperor artifact forged from Tao Tribulation Gold directly borrowed the power of the Heavenly Tribulation to completely merge with the Warlord Bell. Zhou Tong was very satisfied. After so many years, he had finally gathered and refined a sufficient amount of 6-colored immortal gold. The current Warlord Bell's initial height was already close to 8 meters because of the immortal material. In modern times, it was close to 3 stories tall. Next, I still need the Radiant Platinum, Levitation Green Gold, and Immortal Tier Green Gold. As long as I have these 3 types of immortal metal, my Warlord Bell can reach 9 meters tall. Zhou Tong thought to himself. 9 was a very special number. Zhou Tong also hoped that the original height of his Warlord Bell could reach a multiple of 9. His first goal was to reach 9 meters tall. If there were more immortal material in the future, he would reach 18 meters, 27 meters. Zhou Tong then looked at his current collection. There were 4 million kilograms of radiant platinum, more than 2 million kilograms of levitation green gold, and more than 3 million kilograms of immortal tier green gold. I wonder if the sovereign weapons in the hands of the sovereigns of the future darkness upheaval will be enough for me to gather enough immortal materials. Sky abandoning supreme martial artist's weapon is the immortal tier green gold. It's at least 5 million kilograms, Zhou Tong thought. After killing a prime with the heavens and advancing to the 5th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, Zhou Tong was unprecedentedly arrogant. He was already thinking about the weapons in the hands of the dark primes. He took a moment to comprehend his realm and power. Then, he strode toward the tyrant body's ancestral star. Soon, a huge star appeared before his eyes. This was a huge star that was not inferior to the Big Dipper or crepe myrtle. It had surging life essence, magnificent mountains and rivers, and a vast area. It was very suitable for cultivation and enlightenment. However, no one knew how many tyrant bodies had passed away on this planet. The entire ancient planet was branded with the exclusive Tao marks of the tyrant body bloodline. Any cultivator of other bloodlines would be suppressed here. Even if some cultivators knew about this place, they would not dare to come close. This was because other than the cultivators with the tyrant blood flowing in their bodies, all other physiques would be suppressed. It would be difficult for them to unleash their true combat strength. Zhou Tong did not hide his whereabouts. As soon as he arrived on this planet, a great saint flew out from the ancestral star. This was a great saint cultivator. The blood of the tyrant body flowed in his body. However, it was not pure. He was only a descendant of the tyrant body. In fact, almost everyone on this ancient planet was the descendant of the tyrant body. However, a pure-blooded tyrant body could only be born after tens of thousands of years. When this great saint arrived in front of Zhou Tong, he immediately bowed and said, "Overlord, the ancestor invites you in." Zhou Tong's existence was already known by the cultivators on the tyrant body's ancestral star. This was because Hun Zhan was defeated by Zhou Tong before he could officially enter the ancient path of stars. Therefore, every cultivator on this ancient planet knew that a wild tyrant body had been born on another ancient planet. This tyrant body had snatched the title of Overlord from Hun Zhan. Only the tyrant body that was asleep in the ancestral cave was awakened by Zhou Tong's quasi-emperor's heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and followed behind this great saint without saying a word. This great saint led Zhou Tong straight to a mountain peak on the ancestral star. Along the way, they passed by some sacred grounds and aristocratic families on the tyrant body's ancestral star. It seemed that he was showing off the power of the tyrant body's bloodline to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded secretly. The tyrant body's bloodline could indeed be called the most powerful bloodline in this universe. Whether it was the celestial race or other ancient royal bloodlines, they were far inferior to the tyrant body's bloodline. Along the way, they saw as many as 6 great saints. A great saint could rule a galaxy, but on the tyrant body's ancestral star, a great saint could only rule a region. The cultivation environment of the tyrant body's ancestral star was indeed powerful and terrifying. As long as one had the tyrant body's bloodline, one would receive unimaginable help when cultivating on this ancient planet. Even the circulation of qi and blood could cause the great Tao to rumble. This was especially so for Zhou Tong. The true blood of firmament that flowed in his body was the purest and most precious true blood of firmament of the tyrant body's bloodline. It was his first time here, but just by walking on this planet, an extremely terrifying vision was born. It was as if the heavenly emperor was out on an inspection tour. The heavenly Tao rumbled and was accompanied by auspicious lights. This scene made countless descendants of the tyrant body's bloodline look shocked and envious. The great saint leading the way in front was no exception. How many great saints are there on the ancestral star now? Zhou Tong asked. There are a total of 13 great saints now, and as many as 4 great saints at the peak of the 9th heaven. The great saint leading the way in front replied. He was very proud because no other race in the universe had such a terrifying number of great saints. What about the boundary emperors? Zhou Tong was not interested in the great saints. He was more concerned about the existence of the boundary emperors. This can only be known when you meet the ancient ancestor. The great saint shook his head. In the history of the tyrant body's bloodline, there had been countless boundary emperors. Basically, they could find the source of God and seal themselves as long as they wanted to. However, the great saints most likely did not know how many boundary emperors there were. This kind of thing could only be known by the tyrant body. Soon, the great saint led Zhou Tong to a huge mountain. This mountain was just a mountain gate. After passing through the gate, one would see an extremely open area that looked like a boundless grassland. In the middle of the grassland, there was a mountain peak that emitted dense purple gas. It was grand and majestic, surrounded by clouds and flowing with purple clouds. At the bottom of the mountain, there was an ancient cave that was gushing with auspicious lights. There was only one word above the cave entrance: Tyrant. This was the Tyrant body's ancestral cave. The ancient ancestor invites you in. The great saint leading the way gestured with his hand. He did not move because according to the rules of the Tyrant body's ancestral star, no one could get close to this divine mountain unless there was an important matter or an invitation from the Tyrant body. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and directly turned into a purple light and entered the Tyrant body's ancestral cave. Chapter 561. Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave. The ancestral cave didn't seem to be large, but after entering, it was like a starry sky world. Stars and galaxies revolved around it, and there were even strands of hazy violet energy coiling around it, making it seem like a brilliant immortal mist. An extremely powerful and domineering power flowed here. When the Tyrant Body ancestral founder created this cave, he must have refined a large starry sky here. Boom! The moment Zhou Tong entered, a huge purple hand reached out from the depths of this starry sky world, covering the boundless galaxies. The entire world was shrouded, and Zhou Tong was below it. This was a terrifying scene. The huge purple hand seemed to have covered everything, and it shocked the world. Humph! Zhou Tong snorted and decisively attacked. He used the war immortal art, and heaven and earth rumbled. His battle intent soared into the sky. He threw out a punch and collided with the huge purple hand. The rumbling continued. In this starry sky, explosions sounded incessantly. Stars exploded one after another, and galaxies were destroyed. After that attack, the huge purple hand didn't continue to attack. This attack was just a test. A fifth heaven quasi-emperor can withstand my Kanglin attack. Not bad. A cold voice seemed to come from the chaotic immortal realm outside the 33 heavens. It shook heaven and earth, and it rumbled. Bzzz. However, in the next instant, it was as if time flowed backward. The shattered stars and galaxies were reformed, and everything returned to normal. There's a supreme Tao pattern around here. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed, and formation patterns appeared in his martial Tao heavenly eye. This was the core area of the Tyrant Body ancestral sect. After being improved and strengthened by generations of Tyrant bodies, it could definitely withstand a Supreme's attack for a short period of time, let alone a battle of that level. I am Kuan Gu. Your Tao is completely different from ours. Was that a forbidden domain you created? At this moment, another voice sounded. It was as cold as ever, as if there were no emotions in it. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, I call this technique, War Immortal. Battle Immortal. That's a very arrogant name, but it's a very fitting one for our Tyrant Body lineage. It can be considered as the paramount inheritance of our Tyrant Body lineage. Kuan Gu's voice was a lot calmer than before. Creating a brand new lineage might give our lineage a new lease of life. The third voice continued, You've never cultivated the most orthodox inheritance of our Tyrant Body lineage, yet you're able to cultivate to such a level. Perhaps in this generation, our Tyrant Body lineage will have a Tao verifier. The third person was Xian Ming, who was also a great success overlord body. There were a total of 3 Tyrant Body cultivators sealed within the Tyrant Body ancestral cave, and they were none other than Song Lan, Kuan Gu, and Xian Ming. At the same time, 3 huge immortal sources appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Each of the immortal sources had a tall figure sealed inside. Each of them had a terrifying aura that could dominate the heaven and earth. However, from the skin on their bodies, it could be seen that they were already quite old and were no longer in their prime. They didn't say anything, but Xian Ming's cold beam of light flew out and circled around Zhou Tong. He then exclaimed in shock, Why is the true heavenly blood in your body close to 90%? What? How is this possible? In the next instant, Kuan Gu and Song Lan were also shocked, and they both turned to look at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong didn't try to hide anything. Crimson light erupted from his body, and it was as if a vast divine sea was surging, causing the entire tyrant body ancestral cave to tremor. The only thing missing was that there was still a tiny bit of purple blood energy within the crimson light. Korn Gu and Song Lan were almost given a fright upon seeing this. Never would they have thought that the tyrant body of the heavens would return to its original state. Could it be that you've obtained the sacred body of the ancients? Korn Gu thought for a moment before exclaiming. That's right. Zhou Tong nodded. Ha ha. Ha ha. Who would have thought that the inheritance of the sacred body would fall into the hands of our tyrant body? Ha! His laughter reverberated like the heavenly river pouring down in reverse. In the starry skies of the ancestral cave, this crazy laughter caused the starry skies to tremble. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. All of the tyrant body cultivators were quite excited, and Zhou Tong could sense that they had been eyeing the inheritance of the sacred body for a long time. However, the inheritance of the sacred body could only be obtained through divine sense, so it would be difficult for them to obtain the inheritance even if they managed to capture the descendants of the sacred body. Speaking of which, the tyrant body cultivators in the 50 human cities are also trying to seize the inheritance of the sacred body? This thought also flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. Zhou Tong was also aware of the tyrant body cultivators' desire for the inheritance of the sacred body. The tyrant body cultivators were extremely similar to the sacred body cultivators. For example, the blood could be turned into great medicine, the invincible body, the color-changing blood, and even when the blood turned red again, it was called true blood. One of the most powerful means of the tyrant body of the heavens was the true blood of the heavens. However, even the tyrant body cultivators needed to forcibly condense all the blood in their body to extract a little bit of true blood. However, the sacred body cultivators were different. The tyrant body cultivators were already envious of this situation. The sacred body cultivator's secret realm method isn't suitable for the tyrant body. I didn't keep the sacred body cultivator's method completely, but integrated it into my own scripture. Zhou Tong shook his head. This method was different from the 3 tyrant bodies' conjecture. Zhou Tong didn't improve the sacred body cultivator's method to make it suitable for the tyrant body. Instead, he completely dismantled the sacred body cultivator's method and integrated it into his own scripture. It doesn't matter. Since this method has fallen into our hands, we will be able to improve it one day. Kanglin seemed very open-minded. As long as the method was in their hands, they would be able to improve it through generations of tyrant bodies. The tyrant body cultivators in the ancestral star were quite open-minded. They weren't in a hurry to succeed. Instead, they were quite confident in the bloodline of the tyrant body. At this moment, Xian Ming's consciousness suddenly swept across the entire tyrant body ancient star. Zhou Tong looked at him in surprise. Xian Ming smiled and said, "Do you have a marriage partner? Now, there's a daughter in the ancestral star who has reached the 8th heaven of the Holy King realm before the age of 100. She's a good match for you." Xian Ming's words made Zhou Tong speechless. Was there an arranged marriage in the tyrant body ancestral star? What made him even more speechless was that Xian Ming had even used his divine power to manifest the appearance of the person he was preparing to marry. She was indeed a rare and peerless beauty, not losing out to those prodigies and goddesses that Zhou Tong had seen before. She was tall and slender, with peerless grace. "It doesn't matter if you don't like her. My Xian family also has a female prodigy with an extremely pure bloodline," Xian Ming continued. He was quite satisfied with Zhou Tong. Moreover, the tyrant body was a pure-blooded tyrant body outside of the ancestral star. It was definitely a powerful new bloodline. If the tyrant body could mate with the bloodline of the original tyrant body in the ancestral star, the next generation might be even stronger and even give birth to a new pure-blooded tyrant body. In fact, this was how some of the tyrant bodies on the ancestral star came to be. The tyrant body ancestral star now had 5 major surnames. Song, Kun, Xian, Hun, and Song. A few of them had migrated from other star fields in ancient times. There's no need for that. I already have a wife. She's a descendant of Emperor Qing. Zhou Tong shook his head. A descendant of Emperor Qing? A demon? The three tyrant body cultivators faltered at the same time. Kuan Gu then said, a descendant of Emperor Qing. She's a good match for you. Seeing as you're already married, we won't say anything. We just hope that your bloodline descendants can stay on the ancestral star. The bloodline of a tyrant body was extremely powerful. There was basically no chance that the first-generation descendants of a pure-blooded tyrant body would be of any other bloodline. As long as they didn't marry a battle-sacred ape, their descendants would be able to display the power of the tyrant body. Chapter 562. Kuan Gu was silent for a while before he said, "Now that we're done with the small talk, let's move on to the most important question." The other two great success overlord bodies also became solemn, revealing a hint of solemnity. Kanglin said, "You weren't born on the tyrant body ancestral star, so your divine form might be different from ours. What are your 9 divine forms? Can they form the tyrant body?" Kanglin asked the question that the few tyrant bodies were most concerned about. The tyrant body was the most powerful part of the tyrant body of the heavens. It was also the foundation of the tyrant body's invincibility. The few tyrant bodies wanted the sacred body's cultivation method to make the tyrant body's true blood permanent, but it didn't mean that they would give up the most powerful power of the tyrant body. It was very difficult to modify the rules and laws that made up the tyrant body on a large scale. They might make some minor adjustments after reaching the tyrant body, but it was absolutely impossible for them to make major changes because it would affect the balance of the entire tyrant body. 9 divine forms? No, I have 10. Zhou Tong waved his hand and arranged his divine power in the void. Suddenly, 10 projections appeared in front of the 3 tyrant bodies. In an instant, the true dragon circled, the immortal phoenix danced, the Kuan Pung expanded the sea, the lightning emperor soared into the sky, and the Qilin suppressed the mountains and rivers. 10? The few tyrant bodies were shocked. Is it because you're true blood permanent that you can cultivate the 10th divine form? Kanglin exclaimed. Kuan Gu and Xian Ming's breathing quickened as soon as he said that. Could it be that the inheritance of the sacred body of the ancients could produce such incredible power after being integrated into the tyrant body? The 10th divine form? If that was the case, how powerful would the brand new tyrant body be after integrating the advantages of the 10 divine forms and some expansion of the laws? Vaguely, these tyrant bodies with great success thought of something else. That was the enhancement of their physique. The hegemonic body of the heavens, which was already dominating the world, might really be able to reach a whole new level because of this. It would completely leave its nemesis, the sacred body of the ancients, in the dust. In the future, it might even be comparable to the chaotic body, the innate sacred body, and the Taoist embryo. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 tyrant bodies, Zhou Tong was no longer an up-and-coming tyrant body who had the qualifications to prove his Tao. Instead, he was an unprecedented tyrant body who could enhance the bloodline of the tyrant body. He was the mighty lord of the tyrant body lineage, a peerless overlord who could make the tyrant body lineage go further. Good. Good. All right. Kuan Gu couldn't help but offer words of praise. 10 divinity forms, you'll be able to completely surpass your former self. Perhaps you'll become the most powerful mighty body in history. That's right. As long as you can successfully combine these 10 godly forms and transform them into the ancestral body, you will definitely become the strongest overlord body. You might even surpass the primogenitor and successfully prove your Tao with the overlord body. Song Lan and Xian Ming were also excited. The dream of these great success Overlord Physiques was for the Overlord Physique lineage to dominate the world. They hoped that the world would be filled with Overlord Physiques. The existence of Zhou Tong in front of them made them see a glimmer of a possibility of success. Just the fact that he had modified the secret method of the sacred body lineage to make his real blood permanent was enough for the three great success Overlord Physiques to bet on him, not to mention the unprecedented 10 godly forms. Next, you will cultivate in seclusion here. We will do our best to help you perfect the Overlord body. Song Lan said. Thank you. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this sentence. In fact, Zhou Tong came to the Overlord Body Ancestral Star for a very important reason. He wanted to see if these great success Overlord Physiques could give him some advice on the Overlord Body's ancestral body. What he had obtained from Hunzhan was only the most primitive method of forming the Overlord Body. However, Zhou Tong believed that these great success Overlord Physiques must have some different understanding of the ancestral body. They might even have made some improvements to make the ancestral body more suitable for them. The experience of these great success Overlord Physiques was what Zhou Tong needed the most. You have already cultivated to the 5th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor stage. There is something I need to tell you in advance. Do you know the forbidden area of the buried Emperor star? Kuan Gu suddenly thought of something and asked. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, Are you talking about the human tribulation of the 9 heavens? Since you already know, we won't say much. We can give you a choice. Song Lan also spoke. We are already old, so we don't have many opportunities to help. We can use some blood essence to refine your ancestral body and make it perfect faster. However, if we consume too much blood essence, we won't be able to help you during the human tribulation. You can only rely on yourself. Xian Ming explained. So, you need to make a choice. Do you want us to use some of our blood essence to refine your ancestral body now, or do you want us to protect you during the 9 heavenly tribulations and emperor tribulations in the future? Kuan Gu said. The great success Overlord Physiques looked at Zhou Tong and waited for him to make a choice. They had only met Zhou Tong today, so they didn't know much about him. This was actually a small test to see if he was looking forward to their help, or if he was going to use this opportunity to make himself stronger. Which of the truly invincible emperors didn't transcend their human tribulation through their own efforts? In reality, the 3 great success Overlord Physiques wanted to see just how powerful Zhou Tong's Tao heart was. They wanted to see just how confident he was in himself, and they wanted to see if he had a truly invincible heart that would allow him to remain invincible even in the face of the human tribulation of the ancient emperors. There's no need to worry about the human tribulation in the future. Zhou Tong made his choice without any hesitation. Alright, since you've already made your choice, we'll each give you 9 chances to challenge in the next period of time to temper your brand new ancestral body. You can experience 27 supreme stage battles, and it's up to you whether you can seize every opportunity. Kuan Gu said. Kuan Gu was quite pleased with Zhou Tong's choice. We're old, but thankfully you're only a 5th heaven stage quasi-emperor, so we won't exhaust all of our blood essence in this battle, Xian Ming chimed in. If you were 2 or 3 ranks higher, we wouldn't be able to help you. However, if you were 1 or 2 ranks lower, you wouldn't be able to learn many of the intricacies of the ancestral body, Song Lan said. Your 5th heaven stage quasi-emperor cultivation base is neither too high nor too low. Show us the ancestral body you've attained first. Song Lan continued. Zhou Tong nodded. A ball of light flashed within his body, and that was his only divine projection. Crack! Zhou Tong's primordial spirit flew out in an instant. Then, it petrified and turned into a stone man. This stone golem looked like a speck of dust in a sea of stars, but it was exuding a monstrous aura that could fill the entire sea. Then, a series of clanging sounds rang out from his body as pieces of purple Kirin armor appeared. It was as if billions of heavenly swords were ringing out, and the entire starry sky was trembling. Then, a series of dragon roars rang out as his head underwent a new transformation. His normal human head instantly transformed into a dragon's head with coral-like dragon horns pointing toward the sky. At the same time, a golden horn grew out from his glabella, and it vibrated gently as divine power shook the heavens. Then, 3 pairs of wings sprouted from his back. A pair of crimson phoenix wings burst forth with dazzling divine flames and filled the sky with crimson light. A pair of Kuan-Pling wings blotted out the sky and surged with chaotic energy. A pair of dazzling lightning wings exploded forth. Clang! Then, the fur all over his body suddenly widened and became as sharp as blades of grass. Finally, the clanging of swords rang out from his fur. Then, his arms also underwent a transformation. A dazzling golden shell appeared, and those were his 4 limbs. Finally, 9 pitch-black tails appeared. Their length was unknown, and a casual swing of the tails could shatter a star. What was even more terrifying was that there was a dragon's head at the end of each tail. It was ferocious and terrifying. Although it wasn't perfect yet, it was the strongest ancestral body that Zhou Tong had deduced. The god of the divine striking stone, the dragon's head, the tail of the 9 netherworld python, the claw of the Ho clan, the phoenix's wings, the Kuan-Peng's wings, the thunder's wings, the Kirin's armor, the hair of the 9-leaf sword grass, and the horn of the heavenly horned ant. This was the evolution of the battle physique. The vicious 10 merged with the laws and transformed into Zhou Tong's body, turning him into a powerful creature. As soon as this ancestral body appeared, it immediately caused the world to riot. An incomparably tyrannical power swept out, and it even vaguely penetrated the tyrant body ancestral cave and transmitted to the entire tyrant body ancestral planet. At this moment, all the cultivators on the tyrant body ancestral planet were excited. They looked in the direction of the tyrant body ancestral cave and kept shouting. A kind of power similar to faith condensed here. Chapter 563. Zhou Tong manifested his tyrant ancestral body. Blood and fire intertwined in the sky, and the aura inside the ancestral cave was astonishing. His body moved slightly, and suddenly the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Accompanied by an incomparably breathtaking aura, Zhou Tong displayed all the powers of his ancestral body. A very powerful ancestral body, but the flaws are also very obvious. A purple light flashed in Kanglin's eyes. He pondered for a while and then said, Kuan-Peng wings, immortal phoenix wings, and that thunder wings are very powerful. Kuan-Peng wings bring unimaginable speed, and it doesn't lose to secret word Xing. Immortal phoenix wings bring you an extremely terrifying recovery ability, and it doesn't lose to secret word Zhe. There are also thunder wings, which not only has an extremely sharp attack power, but also has the ability to support Kuan-Peng wings acceleration. With these 3 pairs of wings, your speed and recovery ability are unparalleled in the world. But your lower body is flawed. Kanglin's eyes stared at Zhou Tong's legs. It was a pair of legs that hadn't changed at all, and they were still human flesh and blood. You have the power of 10 kinds of divine forms. Can't you find a divine form that can fuse with your legs? Tyrant ancestral body is strong in balance, and it's strong in all aspects. It's not like you. Your tyrant ancestral body is too strong, but its weaknesses are also very obvious. As Kanglin spoke, a little purple gas condensed and evolved the profound meaning of his ancestral body. Zhou Tong could clearly see every profound meaning of Kanglin's tyrant ancestral body. He even compared Kanglin's ancestral body with the one in Han Zhan's inheritance. He could see many differences in details. Kanglin also explained the differences between his ancestral body and the orthodox ancestral body, as well as the reasons for these differences. Zhou Tong listened very seriously. This was the first time he had received specific guidance since he embarked on the path of cultivation. In the past, he had many doubts. He either looked for the answers in battle, or he cultivated bitterly, or he looked for the answers in the experience of his predecessors. However, he really couldn't find any experience with tyrant body ancestral body, so he took a lot of wrong paths. Now that he heard the guidance of tyrant body Kanglan, he suddenly had a whole new understanding of tyrant body ancestral body. Song Lan had spent at least 10,000 years comprehending tyrant body ancestral physique, so his comprehension was extremely precious. Many of your choices are actually somewhat similar to our ancestral bodies. Many of your items are actually derived from our orthodox ancestral bodies. It seems you have also obtained our orthodox legacy. You must have obtained it from Tun Zhan, right? Xian Ming spoke up as well. He continued, your dragon head and Qilin armor are very similar to our ancestral bodies. But since your divine form is completely different from ours, there are many things that you don't have to follow our rules. Our orthodox ancestral body's 4 limbs fused with the white tiger's divine form. The white tiger is in charge of killing, so it has great combat strength. It's a pity that your 10 great godly forms don't have the white tiger, so you can't merge like us, Xian Ming said with a hint of pity. The white tiger godly form was the godly form with the strongest attack in the inheritance of the tyrant body. Therefore, when it transformed into the ancestral body, this godly form was integrated into the limbs because it represented the power of attack. Why don't you try transforming the Qilin armor into Qilin legs? Perhaps it will have a miraculous effect. As for your defensive power, I can see that the horn on your forehead seems to be the divine shape of a golden horned ant. A single horn of this godly form is already powerful enough. Since this horn exists, your dragon head seems a little redundant. Why don't you cover your body with the real dragon's body? The dragon's scales won't be weaker than the Qilin armor. In fact, they might even be stronger in some aspects. Moreover, the real dragon's body just happens to be compatible with your dragon transformation secret realm. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Hearing this, Zhou Tong pondered for a while and finally nodded. His body changed and instantly, the dragon head returned to Zhou Tong's original head. At the same time, his legs began to change. His legs, which were originally made of ordinary flesh and blood, rapidly changed. Purple scales grew on his legs and finally turned into a pair of Qilin feet. Finally, the dragon's scales all over his body shone and covered his back. At the same time, his abdomen also turned into a real dragon's abdomen. Zhou Tong immediately sensed something different from before. All of the powers within his body began to circulate more freely. This was the power of the true dragon and the dragon transformation secret realm. Meanwhile, there was a terrifying divine might brewing within his Qilin feet. That's right, I've misunderstood the tyrant body. Zhou Tong was a little emotional. When he had constructed his ancestral body, he had simply fused all of the most powerful parts of the 10 ferocious beasts into it, such as the true dragon's head and the 9 dragon tails of the 9 hells Ao. However, now that he was thinking about it from a different perspective, he didn't necessarily have to manifest the true dragon's head, as the true dragon's body was extremely compatible with the 9 dragon transformation forms. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to manifest the true dragon's head on his body. Actually, your grass sword-like hair can also be simplified a little and fused into your body. Perhaps that can enhance your combat prowess. Quan Gu paused for a moment before suggesting, in battle, your hair might be able to unleash a surprise attack, but compared to fusing it into your entire body, it's still not as good as. Quan Gu's idea was to use brute force against brute force. Brute force was superior to brute force technique. How do I fuse it into my body? Zhou Tong's brows furrowed as he subconsciously retracted the 9-leaf sword grass strands. At the same time, the veined patterns of the 9-leaf sword grass started to spread throughout his entire body. His limbs and torso were all covered in 9-leaf sword grass tattoos. However, Zhou Tong suddenly felt as if a barrier had appeared between the nine-leaf sword grass and his entire body. It was difficult for the nine-leaf sword grass to fuse with the rest of the 10 ferocious beasts. There's no need to fuse them. You have too many divinity forms, so you have more choices than us. We only have 9 divinity forms, so we can't fuse our hair together. However, you're different. Song Lan chimed in. Furthermore, if those grass strands can fuse with the rest of the divinity forms, our tyrant body will probably be completely transformed. It was precisely because the Tao of each of the divinity forms couldn't be fused that they had to manifest each and every part of the divinity forms in order to create the monstrous tyrant body. Xian Ming continued, however, you don't have our tyrant bell divine projection, so your vital spirit may be a weak point. Can that stone soul really make your vital spirit powerful enough? Won't your vital spirit become your weakness? This is a divinity form that specifically targets the vital spirit. It won't be any weaker than the tyrant bell divine projection. My vital spirit won't be any weaker. Zhou Tong shook his head. His divine striking stone specialized in the vital spirit, so the divine striking stone's vital spirit definitely wouldn't be weak. As long as you know what you're doing, Song Lan said. Chapter 564. Kuan-gu said, your ancestral body has undergone some changes. I'll give you a few years to comprehend and adapt. Then we'll begin the real test. You only have 27 chances to challenge our supreme ancestral bodies. Make good use of them. I hope you'll be able to see an ancestral body that surpasses ours after this. Xian Ming was looking forward to seeing Zhou Tong's brand new ancestral body. We'll have to pay a price for you. Song Lan sighed. At the same time, a refreshing fragrance wafted over. A jade-green divine tree was rooted not far away from the 3 immortal origins. There were 7 or 8 humanoid snow-white fruits hanging from the tree. They were glistening and exuded a refreshing fragrance. Immortal divine medicine, ginseng fruit tree. The ginseng fruit tree was a very special type of immortal divine medicine. If the conditions were suitable for other immortal divine medicines, they could grow a fruit every 3 to 4,000 years. If the first fruit was not plucked, the second fruit would not grow. The ginseng fruit tree required 10,000 years to bear fruit. However, it could only grow 3 fruits each time. Even if the first 3 fruits were not plucked, another 3 would grow after 10,000 years. The upper limit of a ginseng fruit tree was 30 fruit. 3 of the ginseng fruits fell from the tree and floated to the immortal origins of the 3 phenomenal success tyrant bodies. They were then absorbed into essence. We've already consumed the immortal divine medicine and lived a second life. The ginseng fruits are useless to us. They can only be used to replenish our divine power and blood essence. Song Lan sighed. He recovered a portion of his blood essence with the help of the ginseng fruits. Then, he quickly condensed 9 avatars that were identical to his ancestral body. These avatars were all 6th heaven quasi-emperors. They were 1 level higher than Zhou Tong. They were used to train Zhou Tong's ancestral body. Kuan-gu and Xian Ming also condensed 9 avatars. 27 monstrous avatars appeared in the tyrant body ancestral cave. The aura here was extremely oppressive. 27 avatars appeared. However, the hair of the 3 phenomenal success tyrant bodies instantly turned white. They had already consumed the immortal divine medicine and developed a resistance to it. Even after absorbing 3 ginseng fruits, their vital energy was greatly damaged. Zhou Tong overturned his previous concept of ancestral body and constructed a new one. After that, he sat cross-legged here and discussed Tao with the 3 overlord bodies. As expected of Song Lan, Kuan-gu, and Xian Ming, who were all invincible supermighty bodies, they were not inferior to the average paramount being in any way. In particular, their understanding of the tyrant body's ancestral body was far beyond Zhou Tong's imagination. Often, just a few words were enough to help him quickly break through some checkpoints and make a rapid breakthrough. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in this place for 10 years. Finally, he reconstructed a brand new tyrant body ancestor. Many principles and runes had been sorted out and formed the prototype of the ancestor body. After 10 years of bitter cultivation, the ancestral body has also formed an embryonic form. Are you ready now? Kanglin asked. Zhou Tong nodded. Immediately, one of Kanglin's ancestral bodies transformed into a roaring beast and swooped down. This battle wasn't just about the ancestral body. There were also all kinds of secret techniques that were compatible with the ancestral body. The space between the monster's brows shone like a dazzling treasured wheel as it pressed down on Zhou Tong. "Fight!" Zhou Tong shouted. He also instantly displayed the ancestral body that he had comprehended. His arms turned into claws of the Ho tribe, and with the fragments of time, he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The power of time and space drowned this place. The expressions of the few overlord bodies who were not far away changed. They finally felt the terrifying combat power of the ancestral body formed by the fusion of the 10 great divine bodies. It was a 5th firmament quasi-emperor, but it was not inferior to their 6th firmament incarnations. This battle was earth-shattering. Boom! Zhou Tong and Kanglin's incarnations collided violently. Their combat power shook heaven and earth, and the aftermath shook the surrounding star domain until it collapsed. The originally bloody battle of thousands of moves was condensed into a competition of a dozen moves. After a dozen moves, countless bloodstains appeared on Zhou Tong's body. He was riddled with wounds. One of his thunder wings was torn off, the heavenly horned ant's horn on his head was also broken, and 3 of his 9 dragon tails were broken. However, Kanglin's incarnation was not much better. His dragon head was pierced through by the 9-leaf sword grass formed by Zhou Tong's hair, the black tortoise's back was also cracked by Zhou Tong's Qilin feet, and the snake's tail was melted by the Ho tribe's power of time and space. This was an earth-shattering battle. This was the first time Zhou Tong fought like this. He was bathed in blood and went crazy. "Haha, this is great!" He could not help but roar in excitement. Now in the starry sky, Zhou Tong's combat power was still in an awkward state. Those who were stronger than him were all 9th firmament, and those who were weaker than him did not need to fight at all. But here, the opponent that the Overlord body had carefully prepared was a 6th firmament Overlord body with supreme combat instincts and consciousness. Zhou Tong could completely let go and fight to his heart's content. Finally, with a boom, the divine restriction was triggered, and Zhou Tong's combat power increased rapidly. Clang! Finally, Zhou Tong's palm slashed forward, directly slashing apart Kanglin's incarnation. The outcome of this battle had been decided. "It's a pity. You wasted an opportunity by entering the divine restriction." Kanglin sighed. "These incarnations of ours are only temporarily refined incarnations, so they don't have the combat power of the divine restriction. Even if you use the divine restriction, all of our incarnations may not be able to grind out your ancestral body. I didn't think that your understanding of the divine restriction would have reached such a level. Our incarnations may not be enough." Koen Gu also felt that he had miscalculated. This junior's understanding of the divine restriction was too deep. He could enter the divine restriction just by being a little excited. "Don't worry, I'll just condense thousands of attacks into a few dozen. I've already seen some flaws in that battle. Give me a few years and I'll fight again." Zhou Tong withdrew his ancestral body and sat down to meditate in silence. Although he won easily because of the divine restriction, he also gained a lot. In this battle, he felt that the operation of his tyrant ancestral body lacked something. Once again, he felt the terror of a supreme-level battle instinct, which pointed out the direction of his future cultivation. After meditating for several years, Zhou Tong further perfected the tyrant body's profundities. After that, he fought again. This time, it was Xian Ming's ancestral body incarnation. Facing a completely new opponent, Zhou Tong fought with all his strength. Even though he bled and was injured in this battle, he still enjoyed this battle to his heart's content. Even though he nearly lost his life, he still had a carefree smile on his face. After meditating for several years, he started his third battle with 3 phenomenal success tyrant bodies tempering him at all costs. This tyrant body ancestral cave became Zhou Tong's place of enlightenment. With each battle, he was improving. With each battle, he could find the flaws of his ancestral body again. With each battle, he became stronger and stronger. With each battle, his tyrant body became more and more complete. Chapter 565. Time passed, and 50 years had passed since Zhou Tong entered the Overlord Body Ancestral Cave. Zhou Tong's body shook slightly, and his ferocious body gradually recovered. 9-leaf sword grass hair, true dragon back, immortal phoenix wings, Kuan Pung wings, lightning emperor wings, Gu clan claws, Qilin feet, heavenly horned ant horn, 9 netherworlds Ao tail, and divine striking stone primordial spirit were all put away, returning to their normal forms. It's been 50 years and we have nothing to teach you. Kanglin looked at Zhou Tong with satisfaction. Your comprehension of the tyrant ancestral body is not inferior to ours. The experience accumulated from the 27 supreme battles is enough to make you unrivaled before you reach the Deshang level, Xian Ming also said. Although your ancestral body still has some flaws and isn't perfect, it's more or less complete. How high you can reach in the future will depend on your own comprehension. Kun Gu also chimed in, however, we won't be able to help you during your tribulation transcendence. It doesn't matter. I have my ways to deal with the heavenly tribulations in the future. Zhou Tong nodded and then bowed to the 3 mighty bodies in the great success as a sign of gratitude. Over the past 50 years, these great success tyrant bodies had indeed done their best to help him perfect his tyrant body ancestral body. It could be said that they did not hold back at all. After coming to the Overlord clan's ancestral star, Zhou Tong had a new understanding of the unity of the Overlord clan. Looks like I made the right choice not to engage in a chaotic battle, Zhou Tong lamented in his heart. If he had killed Hunzhan back then, he was afraid that even if the few Overlord bodies in the Great Success stage did not attack him, they would not have taught him so wholeheartedly when they came to the Overlord body ancestral star. Under the guidance of the 3 supreme martial artists of the same lineage, as well as the 27 supreme martial artist battles, these 50 years could be said to be a period of time in which Zhou Tong had completely transformed. This was a period of time in which he fully explored the power of his bloodline. In the past 50 years, Zhou Tong had further optimized his scripture, making it more compatible with the bloodline of the tyrant body. At the same time, he had also completed the preliminary results of the tyrant body ancestor. From the looks of it, it seems like you want to go to the Big Dipper and get involved in the path of immortalization? Kanglin suddenly thought of something and revealed a trace of surprise. More than 20 years ago, the sky of the Big Dipper had already split open, revealing the path to immortality. Now, after more than 20 years of expansion, perhaps in another 2 or 3 years, the path to immortality will be completely opened. You've already reached the 6th firmament of the Quasi-Emperor realm. You're only lacking 1 heavenly tribulation. However, the gap between the 6th heavenly layer and a true supremacy is too great. Xian Ming also shook his head. The primes of the Big Dipper Forbidden Zone will all make a move. In front of the primes of the Big Dipper Forbidden Zone, a 6th heaven Quasi-Emperor is just a slightly larger ant. You are the hope of our tyrant body tribe. We did everything we could to help you during the past 50 years not to send you to your death in the Big Dipper sect, and we certainly didn't want you to become a sacrificial lamb for the Big Dipper sect. Koen-gu's voice also gradually cooled. Don't force us to come out of our immortal source and crush you in person. The three tyrant bodies' voices were very resolute. They didn't want to see Zhou Tong go to his death in the Big Dipper sect. This was because in their eyes, even if Zhou Tong transcended his sixth firmament tribulation, he was still just an ant in front of a supremacy. They didn't want to see a tyrant body that had finally reached the pinnacle of the Big Dipper sect die just like that. A supremacy may not be able to do anything to me. As Zhou Tong spoke, a formation flew out. 4 killing swords hung at the 4 corners of the formation, and boundless killing intent swirled around it. This is Lingbao Tianzuan's formation? Xian Ming exclaimed in surprise. He also had a forbidden tool in his possession. This was a formation that was refined using the group secret character. However, the group secret character that he had obtained had always been incomplete, and he couldn't completely derive the true group secret character. You've obtained Lingbao Tianzuan's inheritance? Koen-gu's eyes narrowed, and a grave expression appeared on his face. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and casually transmitted a strand of divine consciousness over. The three tyrant bodies' expressions changed slightly. That was the complete group secret character, and it made them feel a lot of emotions. These tyrant bodies had actually often derived the group secret character over the years, wanting to complete it and turn it into the foundation of the tyrant body lineage. However, they had never succeeded. Now that it was completed, the three tyrant bodies were all shocked. Especially Xian Ming. His body even emitted a brilliant sword light, as if he was completing something. After a long time, Xian Ming sighed. So this is the complete group secret character. It is indeed a supreme secret technique. Our previous deduction was indeed wrong. You have the numinous sword formation, so you might really be able to stop a supremacy. Kanglin had to admit that Zhou Tong did indeed have the ability to fight a supremacy with this sword formation. He even had a high chance of winning. However, we still don't agree with you going to the Big Dipper sect. When the path to immortality opens, more than 1 or 2 supremacies will come out. Even the numinous sword formation won't be able to withstand the attacks of many supremacies. Koen-gu shook his head. When the path to immortality opens, the dark turmoil of this era is inevitable. When the time comes, if a supremacy invades the ancestral star, you can use this sword formation to fight them. That's right. When that time comes, the real battle between supremacies will be different from our 27 battles. Perhaps it can help your ancestral body improve. Xian Ming also agreed. In the eyes of these tyrant bodies, this supreme sword formation was the right thing to do to protect the ancestral star. It would be a waste to go out and participate in the path to immortality. Don't worry, I still have other methods. Zhou Tong shook his head, feeling a little helpless. He directly took out the blood pagoda, and immediately, the aura of extreme Yin permeated the air. Oh, the relic of the lunar sovereign? No, this is Amitabha's method. Kanglin exclaimed. This contains the divine obsession of the lunar human sovereign. It also seals one of my techniques. If a supreme being appears, you guys can use this item to awaken the lunar human sovereign and fight with him. Zhou Tong tossed out the item. He was going to travel to the Big Dipper star, so he had to leave something behind on the tyrant body ancestral star as a precaution. Zhou Tong did indeed have one of his method. There was a light of reincarnation from the mirror of reincarnation sealed within. When the time came, he could directly awaken the lunar sovereign's divine obsession and awaken it. You don't have to worry about me. I've also found a few other divine obsessions. If I can't hold them off, I can still use them. Zhou Tong took out another blood pagoda as he spoke. There was a holy body divine obsession sealed within it. The lunar sovereign and a holy body divine obsession. Koen-gu faltered for a moment before nodding. With these people and your formation, we might be able to kill a few ancient emperors. However, we might offend the supremacy of the Forbidden Land, and our tyrant body lineage might face retaliation in the future. Kuan Gu thought of the holy body lineage. The main reason why the holy body lineage had been cut off was because they had offended the Forbidden Land. As a result, they were cursed, making it difficult for them to cultivate. If the tyrant body lineage suffered the same fate, then it would be difficult for them to cultivate. Do we still need to be afraid? Once I attain my Tao, those supremacy stage beings will be nothing to me, Zhou Tong said calmly. That's right, our tyrant body lineage doesn't fear anyone. If you can attain your Tao, then perhaps you'll become a peerless celestial Dharch. You'll become a celestial Dharch of our tyrant body lineage. Xian Ming was very much in agreement. The tyrant body was invincible, even in the face of supremacy stage beings. However, it's best if you don't go against the supremacy stage beings of the Forbidden Land before you attain the phenomenal success stage. Xian Ming's tone changed. You're still quite a distance away from becoming a supremacy stage being. Zhou Tong shook his head. He had decided that he had to get involved. Even if it wasn't for the sake of this universe, it was for his own sake. He also wanted to battle a true supremacy stage being. After embarking on the path to becoming a battle immortal, Zhou Tong had also become a lot more battle-hungry. He desperately needed an opponent who was more powerful than him. If you insist on getting involved, then you'll have to prove that you possess the combat prowess of a ninth heaven stage being. Seeing that they were in a stalemate, Song Lan proposed a compromise. 1,700 years ago, two boundary emperors fought near our ancestral planet. The boundary emperor who won is now a ninth heaven stage being known as the Emperor of the Divine Court. If you want to prove your combat prowess, then kill him. You're allowed to use emperor weapons, but you're not allowed to rely on the numinous sword formation. As Song Lan spoke, he pointed out a coordinate, which was where the Emperor of the Divine Court was. Although the three tyrant bodies were in hibernation all year round, the tyrant body lineage was quite powerful. He could easily find the Emperor of the Divine Court through the influence of the tyrant body lineage. Aren't you afraid that I won't come back? Once I leave this place, you won't be able to restrict me anymore. If you're determined to get involved in the path to immortality, then just wake up the Lunar Emperor. Coupled with the numinous sword formation, we won't be able to stop you even though we've lost a lot of our vitality. This is just a verbal agreement between us. It's up to you whether you want to keep it or not, Song Lan said. However, if you don't even have the heart to do so, then your words of attaining Tao are just nonsense. That's right. The path of cultivation is to cultivate one's heart. At this stage of cultivation, every word and action represents one's heart. A real tyrant wouldn't bother to use such means to fool us. If you don't want to prove your combat prowess to us and want to use other means to leave the ancestral cave and get involved in the path to immortality, we won't stop you, Xian Ming also said. Don't provoke me. I, Zhou Tong, have never broken my promise since I set foot on this path. Just wait here. I'm going to kill the Emperor of the Divine Court. Chapter 566. Zhou Tong turned around and left the tyrant body ancestral cave. He thought for a while and threw the few dragon beasts to the tyrant body ancestral planet to let them grow slowly. Zhou Tong was speechless when he saw the few dragon beasts. Initially, he wanted to get 9 dragons to pull the chariot, but now he realized that these guys were still in the Saint Beast King realm. They were too weak. If he brought these dragon beasts out, his status would be lowered. Other quasi-emperors had great sages as their mounts, but his were still Saint Beast Kings. Their growth is too slow, they can't keep up with me. It's a waste to raise them, they'll probably only be useful after 1,000 years. Zhou Tong sighed softly. Then, he flew into the sky and triggered the 6th stage of the quasi-emperor heavenly tribulation. The sea of thunder was surging, and the divine tribulation was immeasurable. Zhou Tong used his ancestral body to fight against the heavenly tribulation. At the end of the heavenly tribulation, he finally attracted the true Great Path Hellfire. This hellfire was different from the hellfire that Zhou Tong attracted before. It was the true Great Path Hellfire. This was the essence flame of the Myriad Path Hellfire. It was the most terrifying flame of the Myriad Path Hellfire. Any quasi-emperor would have to accept the roasting of this hellfire. In fact, most quasi-emperors had already experienced the hellfire in the early stages of the tribulation. However, Zhou Tong's situation was special. His quasi-emperor body was created by the hellfire, so he was exempted from the hellfire in the early stages of the tribulation. However, as Zhou Tong cultivated to the 6th stage of the quasi-emperor realm, the hellfire finally came to him. Moreover, the hellfire of the 6th stage of the quasi-emperor realm was far more powerful than the hellfire of those who had just become quasi-emperors. Zhou Tong's fleshly body was burned through. Countless broken bones were forced out of his body. This was an unimaginably cruel transformation. The broken bones were replaced, and the flesh and blood were reduced. It was a little terrifying. This was the hellfire of the quasi-emperor Great Tribulation. There was no gradual progression. It was so fierce from the beginning. If one couldn't withstand it, one would die. At the same time, he finally took out his tyrant bell openly and let it be tempered by the hellfire of the Great Path. When his cultivation was still weak, he still needed to hide it. However, at his current cultivation level, there was no need to hide the existence of the tyrant bell. Moreover, he had decided to rely on his own means to deal with the Imperial Lord, so he naturally had to take out this bell. Black, red, orange, yellow, blue, and purple. 6 colored immortal lights circulated, and there was even mysterious yellow chi lingering around. Chaotic mist surged. As soon as the Overlord bell appeared, the hearts of the few great success Overlord bodies trembled. This bell is extraordinary. Our Tao-confirming artifacts are far inferior to it. Azure Sea sighed in admiration. Black Dragon Pattern Gold, Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold, Orange Fate Gold, Tao Tribulation Gold, Eternal Blue Gold, Divine Scar Purple Gold, and even some divine items born from chaos. This bell has the potential to become an immortal tool. Koen Gu was also shocked. With such an opportunity, it seems like the heavenly mandate is on our side. Xianming said. After burning for an unknown amount of time, Zhou Tong finally transcended this great tribulation. At the same time, there were countless broken bones floating around him. They were the bones left behind from the transformation of his fleshly body when he transcended the tribulation. Zhou Tong gently waved his hand, and the broken bones immediately turned into dust and scattered. 6th Heaven Quasi-Thearch, I can enter and exit divine restrictions at will. I can already completely control divine restrictions. Zhou Tong gave it a try. His divine restrictions had improved, and the duration and difficulty of entering them were already about the same as those exceptional prodigies. In reality, Zhou Tong was also aware that ever since he slightly slowed down his cultivation speed, his divine restrictions had been stuck at 12. Since he was able to battle opponents who were 12 ranks above him, the only improvement he had made was the duration of his divine restrictions and the method of activating them. Of course, this wasn't entirely because Zhou Tong had slowed down his cultivation speed. Instead, it was because the further he progressed, the more difficult it became to strengthen his divine restrictions. This was because the further he progressed, the greater the gap between each rank. As such, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to improve his divine restrictions. Many prodigies might even regress from 11 to 10 or 9 upon reaching this stage. Furthermore, Zhou Tong had only cultivated for a short period of time, just over 200 years. To be able to maintain the quality of his divine restrictions and maintain such a cultivation speed was already considered heaven-defying. Zhou Tong estimated that he might need to go all out and fight with the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone before he could break through to 13. Only after he verified his Tao and merged with the heavenly core mark would his divine restrictions be able to reach 14 or even higher. However, this number didn't mean that Zhou Tong could easily defeat a ninth heaven expert. In reality, who didn't have 8 restrictions after cultivating to the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens of the quasi-thearch realm? Strictly speaking, they were all 8. 99, infinitely close to 9. Moreover, when one reached high-level quasi-thearch realm, they would activate divine restrictions more frequently. Unless one spent a large amount of time to study them beforehand, or if the other party was really unlucky or in a bad state, it would be very difficult to catch a ninth heaven quasi-thearch and kill him when he wasn't in a divine restriction. However, if he really grasped such a rare opportunity, Zhou Tong wouldn't even need to use the esoteric word all. He would be able to easily kill a ninth heaven quasi-thearch with his own strength. However, I'm still a little slower, only a 6th heaven quasi-thearch. If I were a 7th heaven quasi-thearch with the 10 heavens divine ring, I might not be weaker than those self-severing sovereigns. Zhou Tong also felt that it was a pity. If he could improve further, he would have the battle prowess of a true sovereign. However, it's not too bad now. A 6th heaven quasi-thearch with the 10 heavens divine ring can unleash the power of an ordinary 9th heaven quasi-thearch's divine restriction. There's still hope for me to kill the divine court's Emperor Lord. Zhou Tong calculated silently. Excluding the chaos physique, innate sage physique, Tao embryo, true dragon, and immortal phoenix, there were still 4 levels between a 9th heaven quasi-thearch and a peaked great emperor. The weakest was a 9th heaven quasi-thearch. This kind of quasi-thearch could fight against a Forbidden Zone's sovereign, provided that they could enter the divine restriction. Of course, even if such quasi-thearchs entered the divine restriction, they would only be able to fight one battle. They would definitely die before long. The more obvious ones were the Underworld's Yamahal Master and the Divine Court's Emperor Lord. The slightly stronger ones were the quasi-thearchs who proved their Tao and the 9th heavens Sage Physique and Tyrant Physique. They could really fight against a self-severing sovereign, and if they fought with their lives on the line, they could perish together. The stronger ones were the Sage Physique and Tyrant Physique. They were peerless powerhouses who were almost comparable to great emperors in their later years and sublimated great emperors. They might even be slightly stronger because they were in the prime of their youth and could exhaust a Forbidden Zone's sovereign to death. The more typical one was the Sage Physique, whose divine obsession was suppressed on Mars. He was the one who could really fight against a great emperor. The strongest ones were naturally the great emperors whose vitality was at the peak. Of course, these levels weren't static. There might be extremely heaven-defying existences who could break through the levels. For example, Yi Fan in the original work was clearly only at the 2nd stage, but his battle prowess had reached the 3rd stage. When he was at the 3rd stage, his battle prowess had reached the 4th stage. Zhou Tong's current evaluation of his battle prowess was that he belonged to the 9th heaven quasi-thearchs who had entered the divine restriction state. He could fight against a Forbidden Zone sovereign, but he would die after a few moves. There's no hurry. When the path to immortality opens and the diamond carving passes the 9th heaven tribulation, with this weapon, I can advance by 1 or 2 levels. Conservatively speaking, I can also reach the level of the ordinary 9th heaven Sage Physique and Tyrant Physique. If I'm lucky, I might even reach the level of the Sage Physique and Tyrant Physique that proved their Tao. Zhou Tong wasn't nervous at all because he had almost grasped the power of a supreme. He was just waiting for the time when the path to immortality opened. But now, I should first deal with the Divine Court's Emperor. Zhou Tong looked at the starry sky and took a step forward. Accompanied by purple gas that rose for thousands of miles, a void great Tao directly spread out to the Divine Court. It was so fast that everyone was shocked and confused. Billions of miles of stars turned into 10 feet. He had advanced to the sixth heaven of the quasi-thearch realm, and was almost always in the divine restriction state. Now, Zhou Tong's move was close to that of a thearch. This move was very similar to a thearch's move. In the void of the universe, in a grand palace. Who is it? How dare you invade my divine court? A majestic voice sounded, and then a tall figure quickly appeared. This person's entire body was covered in crimson dragon armor. His body was slender and strong, and his voice was majestic and loud. With just one shout, a large number of Emperor's Tao runes appeared in the void, firmly protecting the entire divine court. Clang! However, the moment the runes appeared, a resplendent sword light appeared. The sword chi was like a rainbow, turning into thousands of rays. Then, they merged into one, becoming an eternal and inextinguishable light that slashed down. The divine rainbow broke through the sky, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. The sword chi was billions of times, and the killing intent was monstrous. In an instant, the runes that filled the sky disintegrated. Everyone in the divine court saw clearly that a peerless and terrifying sword chi appeared and slashed down from the sky. The universe and the galaxy lost their color, as if the world was being split apart, and a large number of immortal palaces collapsed. Buzz! In the divine court, a light flashed and a tower flew out. It was 33 floors tall, as if 33 heavens were suppressing this place. Black and yellow chi flowed on the tower, and chaotic divine light lingered around it. The aura of a thearch filled the air, and it was incomparably terrifying. The moment the pagoda appeared, it immediately blocked the sword light. The chi of all creation circulated and turned the entire divine court into an unshakable divine land. It was like a Mount Meru was suppressing this place. Chapter 567. The thing that blocked Zhou Tong's attack was an emperor's pagoda. This pagoda was 33 levels tall, and its entire body was refined from eternal blue gold. It was dazzling and sparkling, dazzling to the eye. It suppressed this space, as if the 33 heavens were suppressing this place, giving off a boundlessly grand and majestic atmosphere. Moreover, there was Xian Huang Qi flowing down from every level of the pagoda. It was like a magnificent waterfall falling down from the 33 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. This was an extremely rare emperor's pagoda. It was made of eternal blue gold and Xian Huang Qi. Very few people had cast this kind of weapon since ancient times. Buzz! Soon, the pagoda shook and shook off layers of light, releasing endless auspicious colors and firmly suppressing the divine court. At the same time, a man in red dragon armor walked out of the divine court's main hall. The divine court's emperor? Kill! Zhou Tong did not hesitate at all. He entered the divine prohibition state and at the same time, activated the 10 heavenly rings. The divine power was earth-shattering. He directly activated the celestial combat art and slammed down with his palm, shattering the world. What? The Emperor? At this moment, everyone in the divine court was shocked because they felt a supreme aura that belonged only to the Emperor. Everyone trembled and knelt on the ground. They could not withstand Zhou Tong's terrifying aura at this moment. Sixth Heaven Quasi-Emperor, do you think you're the only one with a divine prohibition? The divine court's emperor's face was cold. His hair fluttered in the wind. He leaped into the sky like a true dragon and also entered the divine prohibition state. He erupted with a terrifying aura that was not inferior to Zhou Tong's. He raised his hand to block Zhou Tong. Boom! The shocking divine power of the two collided, shaking the world. This scene was extremely terrifying. Outside the divine court's heavenly palace, many burning stars fell. Ripples spread out and turned the falling stars into dust. You! The divine court's emperor was shocked. The Emperor Lord had already understood that his opponent was definitely not an ordinary sixth heaven quasi-emperor. His battle prowess was far beyond his imagination. Even he, who had entered the state of divine prohibition, could not suppress him in an instant. One could imagine how strong his opponent was. Furthermore, he had already recognized his opponent from the tyrannical chi and blood of that attack. It was the tyrant body of the firmament, who had recently become a quasi-emperor and had risen to fame. However, it was precisely because of this strength that he was shocked. How many years had this opponent been cultivating? How could he, a mere sixth heaven quasi-emperor, fight him head-on? Could it be that his divine restriction was 3 levels higher than his? His divine restriction had already reached 11. Could it be that his opponent's divine restriction had already reached 14? Even if he started comprehending the divine restriction when he was still in his mother's womb, it should still be difficult for him to surpass the comprehension he had gained over the past few thousand years. Why was it like this? The monarch of the divine court naturally didn't know that Zhou Tong had already used the power of the divine ring of the 10 heavens, which made his combat strength in the divine prohibition state further improve to the same level as the monarch of the divine court. The 10 heavenly paradise divine ring was extremely powerful at the lower levels. It could even be said to be half a secret realm. It could often increase Zhou Tong's cultivation by 5 or 6 small realms. However, as he became a quasi-emperor and approached the limits of the human Tao, the effects of this thing had decreased by a lot. Now it could only increase his combat strength by 1 or 2 small realms. If he couldn't improve further, the increase it would bring to him in the future might be even smaller. However, at the quasi-emperor realm, 1 or 2 small realms was already an unimaginable huge advantage. Let's go and fight in the starry sky. After the attack, the monarch of the divine court soared into the sky and directly soared into the starry sky. He was afraid that if he fought here, the divine court that he had painstakingly built would be completely destroyed and turned into dust. Even if the palace was protected by the formation patterns that he had painstakingly set up, if the battle continued, it was destined to be destroyed. Zhou Tong didn't care about the divine court. His only opponent was the monarch of the divine court. He also soared into the sky and entered the depths of the universe to fight the monarch of the divine court. In the starry sky, Zhou Tong caught up with the monarch of the divine court and fought with him. Along the way, they entered the deepest part of the universe and crossed many galaxies. The battle was unusually intense. Roar! The monarch of the divine court's armor transformed into a crimson dragon. With a loud roar, he opened his mouth and spat out a wave of dragon flames. The overwhelming heat wave melted some stars. Zhou Tong gave a muffled groan. His body was almost burnt through, but his counterattack was just as sharp. Clang! As the sword light flashed, the dragon disintegrated. The monarch of the divine court's shoulder was pierced through by Zhou Tong's sword. A string of blood splattered and scattered in the star field. The stars dimmed. A battle between emperors? How is this possible? There's actually a battle between emperors? Could it be that the mythological era has arrived? Countless people along the way were shocked when they sensed the 2 terrifying auras. Quasi-emperors, 2 peak 9th heaven quasi-emperors are fighting. They are already infinitely close to becoming great emperors. How can this be? Has such a person already appeared in this world? Oh my God, the geniuses of this world are going to be blocked. Countless people were terrified. Someone was really going to become a great emperor, and there were 2 of them. What would the geniuses of this golden world do? At the same time, countless people were depressed. What was the point of shouting about Tao validation and Emperor's Road? Everyone felt as if there were 2 incomparably terrifying mountains pressing down on their hearts, almost suffocating them. In particular, those who wanted to prove their Tao were completely silent. These 2 were simply like 2 unreachable peaks, blocking their path. They couldn't see any hope. Kill, fight. It's better if we die together. Humph, even if you reach this step first, you might not be able to control the world. Who knows, you might not be able to break through Imperial Pass even after 1,000 years. Instead, it's benefiting the later generations. Many people were secretly cursing in their hearts. At this moment, in the starry sky, Zhou Tong and the Divine Court's monarch of the Divine Court had entered the depths of the universe, sweeping through one star field after another. Divine power surged and laws were continuously released. After fighting for a long time, the two of them had already slaughtered their way into the mythological battlefield. Moreover, both of them were heavily injured. The Divine Court's Emperor's scarlet dragon armor had already been blasted apart by Zhou Tong, and his abdomen had also been pierced through. Meanwhile, a terrifying crack appeared on Zhou Tong's body. His body was almost split in half, and there was a wound on his neck that almost beheaded him. Fight! Zhou Tong roared. At this moment, his body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled, but he was even more ferocious. The Divine Court's monarch was a rare opponent. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more excited he became. Boom! Zhou Tong activated the war immortal art and slapped down with his palm. This sea of stars collapsed, and the stars exploded. Pieces of star fragments flew in all directions. The Divine Court's monarch also flipped his palm and confronted Zhou Tong. This area immediately collapsed and the earth cracked. In the previous battle, the stars here had already become the dust of the universe. Now that they were affected by the huge shockwaves from the battle between the two, they immediately swept towards the distant star field. Under the terrifying impact, a large area of the star field was like a sea of fire. All of the stars exploded and burned fiercely. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. This was a battle between supreme beings. With a wave of their hands, the heavens would collapse and the earth would split. Large areas of the star field were destroyed, becoming an eternal past. Chapter 568. The mythical battlefield, this large star field, had already turned into eternal darkness. Clang! At this moment, a brilliant blue light flew out from the universe. It was the eternal blue-gold pagoda of the Divine Court Emperor. This pagoda had been suppressing the Divine Court ever since Zhou Tong appeared. Now that he was far away from the Divine Court Emperor finally summoned this pagoda. I don't have time to waste with you. The eternal blue-gold pagoda above the Divine Court Emperor's head dropped down thousands of silk ribbons. The source energy was misty, protecting him inside. At the same time, he turned into a vermilion bird and spread his wings, dancing in the 9 heavens. A scarlet divine wing swept across the starry sky. The flames were like blades, sweeping through tens of thousands of layers and pouncing forward like a vast ocean. The vermilion bird let out a long cry, tearing through the universe. Endless divine light enveloped this place. After fighting for a long time, the Divine Court Emperor didn't want to continue. Instead, he used his forbidden method to completely condense the tens of thousands of moves. Moreover, he also used his own method to increase his combat strength. In the universe, there were actually many methods to increase one's combat strength. It was just that none of them could reach the tenfold increase of the secret of all. However, there were still some secret methods that could increase one's combat strength by 7 or 8 times. Going all out? I'll let you see the ultimate method of the tyrant body. Zhou Tong roared. Dang! The sound of a bell resounded through the starry sky. A large bell emitting 6-colored immortal light flew out from between Zhou Tong's brows. It carried chaotic energy and mysterious yellow energy as it flew out from between Zhou Tong's brows. It was incomparably brilliant, drawing out strands of Tao waves that spread forward. At the same time, with a light clang, Zhou Tong's entire body shone. The divine striking stone primordial spirit, heavenly horned ant's horn, 9-leaf sword grass hair, true dragon body, immortal phoenix wings, Kuan Peng wings, Thunder Emperor wings, Mantis claw, Qilin feet, and 9 underworlds tail. The characteristics of the vicious 10 descended on his body at the same time. He was extremely strong and unstoppable. As soon as this body appeared, the starry sky immediately erupted. Zhou Tong activated the all-secret character and the battle immortal art. Every inch of his body was releasing an extremely terrifying power. Every cell was a divine treasure door. His tyrant blood boiled and his divine power surged. Boom! First, the two weapons collided. The tyrant bell let out a long, drawn-out chime. The 10,000 bell waves that carried the great Tao of billions of living beings rushed out at the same time, shaking the Imperial Master's eternal blue-golden pagoda and causing it to wail in pain. In the battle of weapons, Zhou Tong's 6th Heaven Overlord Bell had exceeded the Monarch Lord's expectations and held an absolute advantage. It was because his bell was too extraordinary. The amount of 6 types of immortal gold was just too great, as well as the awakening of 6 types of immortal gold profound mysteries. Moreover, it had refined the source energy of all life, as well as an exceptional divine object like the primal chaos immortal marrow. Whether it was the material or the great Tao, how many weapons below the imperial armament could compare to it? It could even be said that outside of the Grand Tao, the material of this weapon was almost invincible. Even the undying heavenly saber of the immortal heavenly king might not be able to beat Zhou Tong's bell in terms of material. At this time, Zhou Tong and the true body of the Divine Court's Imperial Master had also launched a real battle. The Vermilion Bird and the Tyrant Ancestral Body clashed in close combat. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. All kinds of strange shadows appeared in this place. They belonged to the heroic spirits of ancient times. There were also scenes of the creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of chaotic gods roared. When they met on a narrow path, neither of them dodged. They condensed the collision of tens of thousands of moves into a dozen moves. This was a collision of courage, will, perseverance, the great Tao, and the Tao heart. In the end, Zhou Tong's left claw was broken. 7 of the 9 dragon tails of the 9 netherworlds Ao were also cut off. The Kuan Peng's wings were completely cut off, and even the Qilin's feet collapsed. This was the price he had to pay. He was almost torn apart by the Vermilion Bird. On the other side, the Imperial Master of the Divine Court was even more miserable. His right arm, together with his entire right shoulder, had strangely disappeared. That was the result of being refined in spacetime by the Ao race's power. His torso was almost torn into pieces. That was where he had been kicked by the Qilin's foot. His left leg was a bloody mess, almost broken. That was the wound caused by the 9 netherworlds Ao's dragon tail. His head had almost been split open by the Thunder Emperor's wings, leaving behind an extremely terrifying scar. Judging from his injuries, the Imperial Master was undoubtedly defeated. The Imperial Master of the Divine Court looked at Zhou Tong. He couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat such a junior with his cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer and thousands of years of hard work. Zhou Tong also didn't have it easy. For this battle, in addition to external forces, he had used all his trump cards and combat strength since his cultivation. He even used the divine ring of the 10 heavens. Finally, he barely suppressed the Imperial Master of the Divine Court. Kill! The Imperial Master of the Divine Court roared with a deranged expression. His path heart was about to collapse. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by a junior who had only cultivated for more than 200 years. His cultivation time was more than 20 times that of his, and his realm was 3 levels higher than his, but this was the result. He almost crazily waved his divine power and great path, crazily attacking Zhou Tong. Buzz! The starry sky was turbulent. Zhou Tong activated the Celestial War Art and completely poured his strongest fighting intent into it. He broke through eternity and destroyed everything as he faced the Imperial Master of the Divine Court. The crazy Imperial Master of the Divine Court instantly came to his senses. After all, he was about to achieve the Tao. He quickly stabilized his path heart and fought with Zhou Tong. In the end, after a few moves, the battle finally came to an end. A 9-leaf sword grass formed by Zhou Tong's hair pierced through the head of the Imperial Master of the Divine Court and cut open his primordial spirit. Drops of blood flowed down the hair and onto Zhou Tong's body. The Imperial Master of the Divine Court's eyes suddenly dimmed. His glorious life of thousands of years was finally coming to an end today. His life was coming to an end. His primordial spirit was cut open by the 9-leaf sword grass. He was undoubtedly going to die. On the other side, the Imperial Master of the Divine Court's only remaining arm turned into a flaming heavenly blade and also slashed at Zhou Tong. Unfortunately, his blade slashed at the heavenly horned ant's horn between Zhou Tong's brows. The two of them attacked at the same time, but unfortunately, Zhou Tong's tyrant ancestral body was still a level stronger. The heavenly horned ant's horn was one of its strongest parts. It was impossible for the Imperial Master of the Divine Court to hurt Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. Pooh! In the end, Zhou Tong's hair shook and cut the Imperial Master of the Divine Court in half. He successfully killed the Imperial Master of the Divine Court. At this moment, the universe trembled and the starry sky shook. Big Dipper, the forbidden zone of life. With Zhou Tong's victory, the eyes there dimmed. He actually won. An ice-cold voice sounded. The 6th heaven's divine restriction is better than the 9th heaven's divine restriction. This is unprecedented. The tyrant body's lineage has produced a formidable monster in this world. Another voice sounded cold and ruthless. The 6th heaven already has such terrifying strength. If he goes any further, the world will be turned upside down. The path of immortality is about to open, and there might be variables. Pay close attention. He must not be allowed to cross the 7th heaven's tribulation. A third voice sounded in an instant. The path of immortality is about to open. If he crosses the tribulation before the path of immortality opens, he naturally cannot be allowed to live. However, if the path of immortality opens, we will have already left this world for the immortal domain. The matters of this world will have nothing to do with us. The last voice echoed in the sky above the forbidden areas. Soon, all the life-forbidden areas became quiet again. Clang. On the other side, when Zhou Tong and the Imperial Master of the Divine Court decided the victor, Zhou Tong's tyrant bell also completely suppressed the Imperial Master of the Divine Court's eternal blue-gold tower. In the end, the bell's mouth completely swallowed the divine weapon that was almost transformed into an imperial weapon and suppressed it. I finally won. Zhou Tong dispersed the tyrant body and returned to his original form. Then, he sat down cross-legged. In this cold, starry sky, Zhou Tong slowly inhaled and exhaled to refine the essence qi. The phoenix's nirvana divine flame was also burning. He began to repair the most basic parts of his body bit by bit. In this battle, his injuries were too severe. The Divine Court's emperor was indeed someone who would attain the Tao. His combat strength was too strong. In this battle, Zhou Tong had also given his all. At the same time, he was also reflecting on this battle and whether his tyrant body still had any weaknesses. He sat cross-legged in this dark star domain for half a month before he finally got up. The Imperial Master of the Divine Court is only a 9th heaven quasi-emperor. He didn't achieve immortality in another way. His divine restriction is about 11. If it were those supreme martial artists who severed their blade, their divine restriction would probably be even stronger, Zhou Tong said in his heart. The advantage of his divine restriction was compared to people who had yet to achieve immortality. Once he encountered those supreme martial artists who severed their own Tao, the advantage of his divine restriction would probably become a disadvantage. Which supreme martial artist hadn't comprehended a divine restriction that was 10 or 20,000 years old? His divine restriction could bully other cultivators who hadn't experienced the permanent divine restriction state, but it couldn't bully supreme martial artists. It would even be suppressed. Chapter 569. After Zhou Tong completely recovered, he returned to the Tyrant Body Ancestral Star and the Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave. Under the same divine restriction, a 6th Heaven Quasi-Emperor killed the 9th Heaven Quasi-Emperor Sovereign of the Divine Court. Your combat prowess is beyond our imagination. Song Lan was a little excited. I believe that you'll be able to prove your Tao in this life. Haha, our tyrant body lineage has dominated the universe for millions of years. It's time for a new emperor to appear. Koen Gu was also a little excited. A 6th Heaven Divine Emperor killed a 9th Heaven Divine Emperor without using any imperial weapons. Perhaps our tyrant body lineage will be able to produce a celestial Tharch. Xian Ming's eyes flashed. If you prove your Tao in the future, you can name yourself Celestial Tyrant Tharch, after our tyrant body lineage. What do you think? Xian Ming suggested. That's right, Celestial Tyrant Tharch. Our tyrant body lineage is worthy of this title. Koen Gu and Song Lan nodded in unison. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. He hadn't even proven his Tao yet, and these tyrant body sovereigns had already given him a title. Celestial Tyrant Tharch. That's right. There was a Celestial Tyrant Tharch in ancient times. I'm the Celestial Tyrant Tharch. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement. Zhou Tong had actually thought about his title after proving his Tao. He had thought of 2 titles. One was the Celestial Tyrant Tharch, which was based on his constitution and style of doing things. The other was the Celestial Battle Tharch, which was based on his cultivation path. These 2 titles were pretty much the same. However, considering that he was a member of the Heavenly Tyrant Body lineage, as well as the Overlord title that had been passed down for over 100 years in the outside world, if he were to name himself Celestial Battle Tharch, he would have to go through some trouble to correct the way the outside world referred to him. Hence, he decided to call himself the Celestial Tyrant Tharch. In any case, it was just a title. Since you've already proven your combat prowess, we won't stop you. Xian Ming heaved a final sigh. However, the tyrant body sovereigns of the Divine Court can't compare to them. Furthermore, they've definitely seen your battle with the Divine Court Tharch. You're on the list of the sovereigns of the Divine Court, so this trip is going to be extremely dangerous. Now that the path to immortal ascension was about to open, most of the sovereigns had woken up. This kind of battle between 9th Firmament Quasi-Emperors would definitely sweep across more than half of the universe. How could they not care? In particular, Zhou Tong, as a 6th heaven, had killed the 9th Heaven Emperor of the Divine Court, which put him on the blacklist of the Forbidden Zone Supremes. After all, Zhou Tong's current combat strength was a little too strong. If a 6th firmament could kill a 9th firmament, then what about a 7th firmament? Was it possible to kill those who had attained the Tao through alternative means? Wouldn't the 8th heavenly layer be comparable to a supreme martial artist after his or her ascension? Could the 9th heaven be comparable to the great emperors and ancient emperors when they were at their peak? What about the alternative Tao attainment and Tao validation? Xiao Chen could foresee that Zhou Tong would definitely face a human tribulation in the future. It might even surpass history. When he faced his 7th stage quasi-emperor tribulation, the human tribulation of a forbidden land would appear. In fact, it was even possible that the supreme beings of the forbidden lands wouldn't be limited to just attacking from afar. Instead, it was extremely likely that they would personally come out to stop the Tao. Since you've left the Lunar Sovereign's divine obsession in the ancestral star, I'll give you this to protect yourself. As he spoke, Xian Ming's immortal source shone brightly. Then, 72 rays of light rushed out and turned into immortal sword formation patterns. This was one of Xian Ming's forbidden weapons. He had obtained it after many years of comprehending the incomplete group secret character. After obtaining the complete group secret character from Zhou Tong, he had already filled in the last corner. "Thank you." Zhou Tong was silent for a while. Then, he nodded and kept this forbidden weapon. "After this battle, I'll definitely push my ancestor's body to a new height. When I return, I'll open up a new inheritance of the tyrant body," Zhou Tong solemnly promised. After leaving the tyrant body ancestral star, Zhou Tong went straight to the Big Dipper starfield. In the Big Dipper starfield, countless experts from various starfields had arrived. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The entire Big Dipper starfield was filled with an oppressive aura. There were already quasi-emperors openly appearing beside the crack on the immortal road. They were absorbing the immortal domain substances on the immortal ascension road to extend their lifespan. The 7 forbidden areas had also recovered. An unprecedented change was about to begin. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, Zhou Tong finally arrived at the Big Dipper starfield again. As soon as he entered the Big Dipper starfield, he saw the huge crack in the sky above the ancient desolation forbidden area. "It's 330 feet. It'll probably open in 1 or 2 years. Zhou Tong looked at the crack and roughly estimated when the immortal ascension road would officially open. After estimating the time, he immediately became excited. Zhou Tong didn't know what the immortal ascension road meant to others. However, to him, the immortal ascension road meant a great battle. An unprecedented battle. The battle of supreme martial artists was his best resource on the immortal ascension road. It was a resource that even the sacred battle emperor couldn't experience. However, so many years have passed. Yen Ruyu should have become a great sage by now. Zhou Tong immediately thought of his wife. Then, he took a step forward and returned to the Sun Star. However, Yen Ruyu was no longer there. She had left a letter on the Dao platform where she had been sitting cross-legged. Zhou Tong grabbed the letter, opened it, and read it carefully. "I see." Zhou Tong nodded slightly and put the letter away. It was written clearly in the letter that she had passed the Great Sage Tribulation 25 years ago and was waiting for Zhou Tong here. However, she had waited for 20 years and still didn't see him. The Immortal Ascension Road had also opened. She had a premonition that the dark turmoil was about to come. Thus, she left with the Lotus Thearka's heart and went to a star left behind by the Lotus Tharch. The Lotus Tharch had left a backup plan there that could help her avoid the dark turmoil. Finally, there was a coordinate attached to the letter. It was the coordinate of the ancient star left behind by the Lotus Tharch. "It's fine if you hide well. After the dark turmoil, I'll come and find you." Zhou Tong looked at the huge crack in the sky above the ancient desolation forbidden area and the 7 forbidden areas that were emitting immortal light. The Immortal Ascension Road would open during this period of time. Zhou Tong took one last look at the Sun Palace and the various Sun God temples located on the Sun Star. These were the nodes set up by the Sun God Emperor. The dark turmoil is about to come. It's time for a new round of arrangements. Zhou Tong finally returned to the Sun God Temple and came to the formation eye of the formation pattern array that suppressed the Sun Star. A divine diagram appeared in his body. It emitted an immortal light that was as dazzling as the sun. This was the formation diagram that the Sun God Emperor had created. When the diagram returned to its position, the formation patterns inside the Sun Star were reorganized and turned into perfect Tharch formation patterns. Even a Tharch would have to pay a price if he wanted to break through the Sun Star. Next is this. Zhou Tong took out another item. It was the Lotus Tharch. At this moment, the lotus petals were tightly shut. It was suppressing the Light Tribe's Tharch weapon, the God Refining Pot. Clang! The Lotus Tharch trembled slightly. The petals finally opened again, revealing the God refining pot on the lotus platform and the sacred spiritual stone book that was suppressing the pot. Buzz. He moved the God refining pot and the sacred spiritual stone book out of the lotus arch and placed them under the Sun God Emperor's formation diagram. He used the sacred spiritual stone book to cooperate with the entire Sun star, the entire Sun palace, and the Sun God Emperor's formation diagram to suppress the Sun star. The Sun God Emperor's formation diagram is left here. Next, I need to make some arrangements in the Z-way segmentum. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. Then, he left the Sun star. He took a step forward, and a great path that emitted thousands of layers of purple chi spread from the Big Dipper to the Z-way segmentum. On this day, the entire Z-way segmentum saw a strange scene. A brilliant purple chi spread out from the depths of the universe. It was tens of millions of miles long. It was vast and mighty. A large amount of auspicious chi fell from the sky like a waterfall. It dyed the entire Z-way star purple. "The Dharch has come out?" someone exclaimed. He looked extremely shocked. How could such a person appear in this world? Zhou Tong came to the Z-way segmentum. He looked down at the big star below and quickly drew a formation pattern in the void. Then, he buried the God's obsession of the great success divine body here. At the same time, he also activated the Amitabha Great Emperor's path of faith and set up a set of sensing formation patterns. As long as a supreme being came here, this method would immediately be activated and awaken the great success divine body. Of course, this was just a backup plan in case his plan failed, and he failed to stop all the supreme beings. If Zhou Tong could stop a few supreme beings and bring them to the depths of the starry sky to fight, he could also awaken the great success divine body and enter the starry sky to fight at any time. Chapter 570. Zhou Tong returned to the Big Dipper Sun Palace. The divine obsession of the lunar human emperor is in the tyrant body ancestral star, and the divine obsession of the great sage is in the Z-way segmentum. I've done most of what I need to do. Whether or not you can make it through the next chaos of darkness will depend on your own fortune. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. According to the original work, there were a total of 6 supremes in the dark turmoil. Longevity heavenly venerable, heaven abandoning supremacy, light and darkness supremacy, samsara master, God ruins lord, and stone emperor. The divine obsession of the great sage in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity could restrain longevity, heavenly venerable. He had used all his trump cards, and at the very least, he could restrain 1 or even 2. If he counted the Sun Saint Emperor, there might be 3. Then, the lunar human emperor and the divine obsession of the great sage could restrain 2 more. According to Zhou Tong's own calculations, all his arrangements would be just enough to get rid of the 6 supremes. However, things didn't work out that way. Whether it was the divine obsession of the great sage, the Sun Saint Emperor, or the lunar human emperor, they were all divine obsessions with limited time after they were resurrected. Once those dark supremes survived for a period of time, he would be the unlucky one. Therefore, the best strategy for the dark turmoil was to temporarily let the dark supremes roam the universe, and then concentrate on catching them one by one. Just like Wild King Enlon in the last war of the Immortal Ancient, he specialized in catching lone 9 heavens immortal kings. Of course, things could change. If he had a greater advantage, he might as well pull all the supremes over and completely wipe them out. In fact, Zhou Tong didn't want to gather many supremes to catch him if it wasn't necessary. Instead, he hoped to fight them one by one. Firstly, he didn't want to use everyone as bait to lure the supremes into the dark turmoil. Secondly, he also wanted a perfect training. The dark turmoil was an unimaginable turmoil in the eyes of others, but for Zhou Tong, who walked the path of immortal war and had reached the 6th heaven of Quasi-Emperor, it was an unimaginable training. Now I just have to wait. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the Sun Palace, quietly comprehending. At the same time, he was checking the treasury left behind by the Divine Court Emperor. The Divine Court Emperor died in his hands, but there were many treasures on him. Just the scarlet dragon armor that Zhou Tong had destroyed along the way was a precious treasure. That armor contained at least 500,000 kilograms of crimson phoenix blood gold. It could be considered a supreme treasure. After it shattered, Zhou Tong only managed to retrieve about 400,000 jin of crimson phoenix blood gold. Not only that, but he also had countless treasures on him. There were as many as 13 quasi-emperor weapons. Some of them were refined by the Divine Court's Emperor himself, and were meant to be rewarded to his subordinates in the future. Others were the spoils of war he had obtained from his expeditions in the past thousands of years. The primordial spirit of the Divine Court's Emperor was also a supreme treasure. His soul had been sliced apart by Zhou Tong's grass symbol sword technique, leaving behind only a sliver of consciousness. However, Zhou Tong was able to find the complete Tao scripture and light scripture. These were the scriptures of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue and the ancient Emperor of Light. Moreover, Zhou Tong had also figured out the origin of the Emperor Lord. He was not an ordinary human. Instead, he had the blood of the vermilion bird flowing in his body. He was ancient and powerful. The Divine Court Emperor might be a descendant of the Fire Tribe, one of the 7 kings of the ancient Chaos era. He is also a descendant of the Vermilion Bird King. Zhou Tong had some guesses. But the real treasure is this. Zhou Tong grabbed with his right hand. An eternal blue-gold pagoda surrounded by myriad qi appeared in front of him. The god of this pagoda had long been suppressed by Zhou Tong, but as long as Zhou Tong relaxed a little, this pagoda would immediately have the possibility of escaping. After all, it was already a 9th heavenly layer quasi-emperor Tao tool. The Divine Court Emperor was indeed very lucky. The eternal blue gold used in this pagoda was close to 20 million kilograms. The myriad qi in the pagoda was equivalent to 2 million kilograms of immortal material. The number of floors of the pagoda represented its material. In reality, a 13-story pagoda of more than 80 meters had a base area of about 400 square meters. The base of a 33-story pagoda must be very large. Otherwise, with so many floors, wouldn't it be like a stick? Let's refine it slowly. Zhou Tong looked at it carefully, then shook his head and threw it back to his bell to refine it slowly. Time passed day by day. It had been 2 years since Zhou Tong returned to the Sun Star to cultivate in seclusion. And on this day, boom! The sky above the Big Dipper collapsed. A sound that shook everyone's soul was heard. The entire southern region of the eastern wilderness was trembling. The entire Big Dipper was shaking. Bright light rushed into the sky, shaking the world. On this day, the entire Big Dipper was surging. All the cultivators looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The crack in the celestial realm, which was originally only 3,500 feet wide, expanded explosively at this moment, reaching as far as 2,000 feet. It's finally appeared. The road to immortality is about to open. The road between us and the celestial realm is about to be opened. Becoming an immortal in this life is no longer an illusion. Someone can take the last step and become an immortal. The world was shocked. Countless people were exclaiming. At the same time, the 7 life forbidden zones of the Big Dipper shone at the same time. The ancient paragons of the life forbidden zones had finally revived and were about to conquer the road to immortality. Wisps of paragons' aura rippled out from the 7 life forbidden zones, causing the hearts of countless cultivators in the Big Dipper to tremble. They almost knelt on the ground. It's finally opening. Zhou Tong finally walked out of the Sun Star. He stood in the void of the universe far away and looked in the direction of the road to immortality. The crack in the road to immortality collapsed, and an ancient paragon's corpse fell out. The moment this corpse appeared, it immediately transformed into the Tao. An emperor-level expert transformed into the Tao. This kind of terrifying fluctuation was unimaginable. For a moment, the laws of the entire eastern wilderness intertwined. This terrifying fluctuation instantly swept through the Big Dipper and even rushed into the depths of the universe. This was only half a corpse. Every drop of flesh and blood was shining, and even the bones were burning. This power was simply too vast and unimaginable. Lin. Zhou Tong activated the 9 secrets of Lin, and the 10 heavens divine ring opened. Immediately, large amounts of light rushed into his 10 heavens divine ring. The entire 10 heavens divine ring also underwent a drastic change in the face of this emperor-level power. Rumble. The inner world was expanding. A supreme aura appeared on the mountains, the earth, and the stars. Zhou Tong even vaguely sensed that some minerals were further forming in some parts of the 10 heavens divine ring. The quantitative change has finally led to a qualitative change. Zhou Tong's face also revealed a slight smile. This time, the power produced by the emperor-level Tao transformation was only a catalyst. Previously, on Earth's Dragon Mountain, Zhou Tong had obtained 4,000 to 5,000 corpses of saints, saint kings, supreme saints, and quasi-emperors. Even the divine court lord that he had killed not long ago was among them. These corpses had transformed into the Tao and had accumulated boundless power and great Tao laws in the 10 heavens divine ring. Now, these great Tao laws were triggered by the power of the emperor-level Tao transformation. In an instant, a qualitative change occurred, causing all kinds of mineral resources to appear in the 10 heavens divine ring. Originally, there were only some 9 heavens divine jades in the 10 heavens divine ring. The best thing was the Chaos Immortal Marrow, which had a shockingly low production rate. Now, there are finally other immortal materials being produced. Zhou Tong was a little excited. He could see that on some stars in the divine ring world, there was a dreamy blue light shining. That was the eternal blue gold. In the volcanoes, there was a blood-red light. That was the phoenix blood-red gold. All kinds of immortal materials were growing rapidly. Even the amount of myriad chi and chaos earth was increasing. The 10 heavens divine ring was now like a new chaotic immortal land, nurturing countless immortal materials. Chapter 571. The Tao transformation of the first emperor-level figure disappeared. However, not long after, the second Tao transformation paragon appeared. The lunar human emperor. Zhou Tong intercepted the great Tao principles and various types of essence left behind by the lunar human emperor. The Tao transformation of cultivators was originally returning the power of heaven and earth to heaven and earth. Zhou Tong's actions could be said to be stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. After the human emperor's Tao transformation, the entire Big Dipper started to get busy. The various holy lands started to move. This was a large-scale retreat. The foundations of all the holy lands were awakened. They had been sealed for countless years, waiting for this moment to awaken and help their holy lands and inheritances leave the Big Dipper to find a safe place. Ignoring the large-scale migration, Zhou Tong looked toward the 7 life-forbidden zones of the eastern wilderness again. These life-forbidden zones had beams of light shooting into the sky. Almost every beam of light represented a paragon. They represented the purity of their immortal foundations. Just looking at them would make one tremble in fear. Paragons. Just this aura alone is far from what the Divine Court Emperor can compare to. The difference is too great. Zhou Tong compared in his mind. Then, he shook his head. It was no wonder that after the Divine Court Emperor's eternal blue golden pagoda entered the Undying Mountain, it was directly used as a toy by the life-forbidden zones to test the other paragons. To a certain extent, the Tao transformation tool could represent a cultivator's great Tao and battle prowess. Those paragons hadn't really been born yet, but they could easily toy with the eternal blue golden pagoda. One could imagine the difference between the divine court emperor and the paragons. However, when Zhou Tong looked at the immortal path and life forbidden zones, he suddenly saw a few familiar faces. He took a step forward and came to the side of these familiar faces. Yi Fan, Holy Prince, how have you been? Zhou Tong appeared from the void and greeted these people. Woof! It's you, you bastard! Before Yi Fan and the Holy Prince could reply, the large black dog beside them saw Zhou Tong and was instantly furious. Black Emperor, what's going on? Yi Fan was confused. The large black dog glared at Zhou Tong with a hostile expression. Motherf ****, where was your original body when you were battling Imperial Prince Tian? Were you the one who destroyed Blood Phoenix Mountain, Golden Cave, Fire Qilin Cave, and Prince Tian's lair? ****, I thought it was the tomb robber who was plotting against me. After I went to settle the score with him, I found out that he was also tricked. It was only after we analyzed the situation that we discovered that it was actually you. The large black dog became more and more agitated as he spoke, and it was as if he was about to pounce on Ling Han. Damn! You even destroyed the lairs of Blood Phoenix Mountain, Golden Cave, and Fire Qilin Cave? Yi Fan was also shocked. These were 3 great royal families. You! The sacred prince didn't know what to say. So there were so many dirty tricks behind the scenes in that battle back then? It was only now that he realized why Zhou Tong had made such a big deal out of that battle, and why he had even gone so far as to break the general trend of having no saints under heaven, and draw out the great sages of the various tribes. It turned out that he had already set up a trap, and was going to beat the other clans in the back. Brat, you've become more capable, huh? You've tricked me and that tomb robber so badly. Is there anyone who does things like you? The large black dog bared his teeth. Split the money. The large black dog stared at Zhou Tong and said, You made us take the blame for so long, is there anyone who does things like you? I didn't give you this blame. Zhou Tong looked at the large black dog, his expression filled with disdain, and said, I casually threw a blame on the ground, and you guys carried it on your backs like it was a treasure. What does that have to do with me? Woof! The large black dog was in a bad mood, and it was instantly chaotic. It wasn't long before the large black dog finally calmed down, and they looked toward the crack in the celestial realm again. Ascension to Celestial. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. In this world, no one can compete with the supreme beings in those forbidden lands. Unless the whole world becomes celestial, and the gates to the celestial realm open wide, there won't be any restrictions, and everyone can enter. Otherwise, it's too difficult. The Black Emperor also sighed with emotion. Perhaps you can try to compete? The Holy Prince looked at Zhou Tong with a serious expression. What? Yi Fan and the large black dog both looked at Zhou Tong in shock. The Holy Prince continued, Not long ago, my uncle told me that you killed the 9th Heaven Divine Emperor who was about to achieve Tao. Tell me honestly, what cultivation level are you at now? You haven't even become a Divine Emperor for 100 years, so how? The Holy Prince didn't continue because he was already in despair. Originally, after advancing to the Great Saint Tier, he had planned to wait a few more decades before challenging Zhou Tong again. However, only now did he realize that this opponent was about to achieve Tao. After using my trump card, I've barely reached the battle prowess of a 9th Heaven Divine Emperor. However, compared to the ancient paragons, the gap is too big. Zhou Tong shook his head. This gap wasn't just a gap in strength, but also a gap in imperial weapons, which ancient paragons didn't have imperial weapons. Moreover, it was the most suitable imperial weapon for them. As for Zhou Tong, his bell definitely couldn't compete with an imperial weapon at the current stage. As for his other imperial weapons, although they could increase his battle prowess, they weren't very compatible with him and couldn't reach the level of the ancient paragons. It's a pity that my cultivation speed is still a little slow. Otherwise, as long as I take another step forward, the situation on this immortal ascension road will be very different. Zhou Tong was helpless. The gap between the sixth heaven and the seventh heaven was even greater than the gap between the fifth and the sixth heaven. Then Yi Fan was greatly moved. Don't worry about me, you guys should leave Big Dipper first. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. In the current situation, if you don't reach the Divine Emperor realm, you don't even have the right to explore the Immortal Ascension Road. However, the Immortal Ascension Road is about to open. According to what you said earlier, these forbidden paragons don't seem to be able to fight their way in? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong and said solemnly, if they can't fight their way in, then what about the upcoming dark turmoil? Do you have a way to quell the chaos? Just fight with all your strength, Zhou Tong said. I have the numinous treasure sword array, chaos green lotus, and other emperor weapons. It's not difficult to kill an ancient paragon one-on-one. What's difficult is when many paragons attack at the same time. Even if they feel threatened by me, they will join forces to deal with me. Although my cultivation is not enough, I still want to help. Yi Fan immediately took out his immortal cauldron and handed it to Zhou Tong. I can't guarantee that I can return you a complete immortal cauldron after this battle, Zhou Tong said as he took the immortal cauldron. As he spoke, he turned to look at the Sacred Prince. Sacred Prince, according to our agreement, the battle staff can still be in my hands for more than 10 years. After this battle, I can't guarantee that this weapon will be complete. If you want to take this weapon away in advance, I'll return it to you now. As he spoke, Zhou Tong took out the Sacred Battle Emperor's battle staff. The Sacred Prince did not take the staff. Instead, he laughed loudly. Zhou Tong, you underestimate me too much. Since I agreed to lend this weapon to you for 100 years, I won't go back on my word. If you want to fight, you can use this weapon to fight. If this weapon is destroyed in the dark turmoil, it won't be a disgrace to its name of battle staff. Even if my father is still here, I believe he won't say anything. Many thanks. Zhou Tong nodded and took back the battle staff. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong finally said, if the dark turmoil really happens, there are a few safe places in the universe. First, the Z-Way segmentum. I've left a backup plan there. If a Forbidden Zone's paragon goes there, someone will appear and stop him. Second, Earth. It was protected by the formations of the Emperors, Amitabha Great Monarch, Eternal Universe Great Monarch, and Void Monarch. Even the Supreme of the Forbidden Land would have to expend a lot of effort to break through. They can't afford to wait that long. Third, Big Dipper. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This time, when the path of immortalization opens, I've already analyzed the situation. As for the specific choice, it's up to you. Next, I need to prepare well. With that, Zhou Tong turned and left. Chapter 572. A few days later, the eastern wilderness was filled with auspicious qi. The clanging of countless chains could be heard in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. The clanging of chains could be heard from millions of kilometers away, shaking the world. At the same time, the other forbidden areas of life were also undergoing changes. The immortal light that pierced through the galaxy became even brighter, almost tearing the universe apart. The path of immortalhood is about to appear. Everyone knew that the changes that had occurred since the ancient times were finally about to begin. Many of the sages and quasi-emperors of the older generation who had come here to participate felt their blood boil and were extremely nervous. They knew that death and injury were inevitable in the fight for the path of immortalhood. However, they were unwilling to give up on this opportunity. Moreover, some of them were already nearing the end of their lifespans. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to live for long. BZZZ. The first place to undergo changes was the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. The 9 majestic sacred mountains collapsed on this day. Immediately after, a slender figure appeared from the forbidden area. Her entire body was filled with immortal chi, making her look hazy and otherworldly. At the same time, several chains clanged. The immortal tears green gold, the phoenix blood gold, the divine scar purple gold, the eternal blue gold, and the black dragon patterned gold. 5 chains shone brightly as they rushed out from the abyss and wrapped around the figure. The 5 chains are indeed the immortal tears green gold, the phoenix blood gold, the divine scar purple gold, the eternal blue gold, and the black dragon patterned gold. It's exactly as I guessed, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, this is the first time I've seen Emperor Ruthless in person. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel curious. What did Emperor Ruthless look like? Was he as peerless as the legends said? The true dragon godly medicine belonged to Emperor Ruthless. However, the reincarnation mirror could only see the past life, so Zhou Tong couldn't see the true dragon godly medicine following its current master, Emperor Ruthless. Emperor Ruthless always wore a mask during the heavenly tribulation, so Zhou Tong couldn't see him either. Peeping. He secretly used his martial Dao heavenly eye to look over. However, just as Zhou Tong's gaze pierced through the layer of immortal mist, the ruthless great emperor seemed to sense his gaze. He turned his head, and his clear eyes met Zhou Tong's gaze. It was as if he was warning him. Not letting me see so stingy. Zhou Tong chuckled and put away the martial Dao heavenly eye. Boom! After Zhou Tong withdrew his heaven's eye, the movement in the forbidden land of remote antiquity became even bigger. It didn't take long for the 9 sacred mountains to collapse. At the same time, the 9 profundity immortal elixirs that were rooted in the 9 sacred mountains soared into the sky. After that, Ruthless used some means to recombine the pieces of the godly herb into the 9 profundity immortal godly herb. The brand new godly herb was less than a meter tall and had 9 branches in total. The bark resembled dragon scales, and the branches resembled flying phoenixes. Each branch had a different leaf, and there were 9 different colors in total. They looked sparkling and translucent and were extremely mysterious. This immortal godly herb is quite mysterious. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 profundity immortal tree with a burning gaze. This immortal godly herb was completely different from the other immortal godly herb. The fruits it bore were different every time. He didn't know whether it was a natural spiritual root or the fruit of a fallen immortal king or true immortal from the immortal ancient era. However, I keep feeling that this thing is somewhat similar to the 7 Wonders tree. Zhou Tong looked at one of the 7 Wonders trees that he had collected and thought to himself, if I can further improve the planting method, maybe I can turn the 7 Wonders tree into a 9 Wonders tree, and turn it from an invincible sacred weapon into an invincible emperor weapon. Boom! The commotion in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity was even greater. Soon, the ground caved in, revealing a ruin. A huge stone tablet stood there, the road of immortalization. Behind this tablet there was another huge stone tablet. Battle chi flowed on it, and it contained a peerless fist intent. This was the technique that Heavenly Emperor Huang had left behind on the road of immortalization, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Then, the desolate slave appeared and followed Ruthless into the deepest part of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. While the forbidden land of the remote antiquity was undergoing great changes, people from the other forbidden lands also made their moves. First was Heavenly Venerable Chang Xing from the Immortal Mausoleum. He was the first to make a move. Then, the great sage from the deepest part of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity also came out. The 2 of them already had a grudge against each other. They said a few harsh words to each other before returning home at the same time. Boom! Soon, the Big Dipper trembled violently again. The eastern wilderness, northern plains, southern mountains, western desert, and middle continent all shone at the same time. It was like a huge 5-colored altar. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, and the starry sky trembled. In the Big Dipper, the 5 continents shone at the same time. At the same time, the crack on the road of immortalization above the forbidden land of the remote antiquity became bigger. On this day, after the news spread out, countless cultivators from ancient planets in the universe took action and sealed themselves. Countless talented cultivators who had endured for thousands of years broke out of their seals and headed to the Big Dipper. Sigh, you guys are really courting death. Seeing these new cultivators, Zhou Tong was a little speechless. These people had rushed over to deliver food to the supreme beings of the Forbidden Lands. Boom! 10 days later, an earth-shattering explosion occurred in the Big Dipper constellation. A peerless divine power rushed out from the vital star in the center and quickly spread into the universe. Many stars exploded. The whole Big Dipper seemed to have undergone a big bang, shaking the world. The crack in the sky above the forbidden land of the remote antiquity seemed to have been blown up. The crack that was originally tens of thousands of feet wide instantly expanded to tens of thousands of feet wide. The crack continued to expand. Soon, more corpses fell from it and quickly transformed into Tao. The Tao transformation of an Emperor Realm expert was originally very powerful. However, in front of the fluctuation of the road of immortalization, it was nothing. The crack in the road of immortalization continued to split open. It was as if explosions were happening one after another, crazily expanding. During this period, the roars of tigers and dragons, as well as the cries of immortal phoenixes, caused countless cultivators to cry out wildly. Later on, there were even buildings flying out from the crack, causing countless people to be even more certain that the other side was the immortal domain. It has appeared. It's this day. The supreme being in the life forbidden land roared, shaking countless stars in the outer realm until they fell. It was extremely terrifying. After waiting for thousands of years, it has finally appeared. There were also some ancient supreme beings who seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes of life, as if they contained endless bitterness. In order to see this scene, they had paid an unimaginable price, falling from their original Emperor realm. Finally, they had waited until this era. At the same time, in the eastern wasteland, an ancient pagoda flew out and then quickly disappeared. That was the desolate pagoda. With the appearance of the road of immortalization, the desolate pagoda also sensed a trace of danger and prepared to escape. The desolate pagoda has also come out. Next, you should find a time to transcend the 9 heavenly tribulations. Zhou Tong grabbed out with his palm. The scarlet diamond carving appeared, countless symbols rapidly growing on it. That was the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold's Immortal Gold Profound Mysteries. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally stopped suppressing it. The diamond carving's first Immortal Gold Profound Mysteries reached perfection at this moment. He casually tossed it out. The diamond carving turned into a streak of scarlet lightning and quickly disappeared from the sun star, appearing in the desolate lands of the universe. Chapter 573. Right at this moment, the right time, the right place has appeared. The path to immortality is open. Let's kill our way in. The ancient supreme beings in the forbidden zones roared loudly, causing the heavens to tremble. Light shot into the sky from the various life-forbidden zones, causing the world to tremble. One after another, Dharma images appeared from the life-forbidden zones and spread to the outer realms. Each figure was a supreme great Tao. The ancient supreme beings finally came into being. They were repairing their Tao fruits of the past and restoring themselves to the peak. They were going to carry out the ultimate battle and fight their way into the immortal realms. Immortal Mausoleum's longevity, heavenly venerable, was the first to move. He drove his war chariot and arrived at the entrance of the path to immortality. Undying Mountain's stone emperor also moved. He rode a divine tiger and came out with the sky desolation, halberd refined from black dragon-patterned gold. Then, Origin Ancient Mind's Qilin Emperor also came into being. In the depths of the universe, a blue stream of light streaked across the universe and appeared in the Qilin Emperor's hand. Then, other ancient emperors also came into being from the other life-forbidden zones. A total of 7 figures came to the entrance of the path to immortality. This place seemed to be on the verge of shattering. A terrifying aura spread out, piercing through the past, present, and future. 7 ancient emperors came into being at the same time. They wanted to kill their way into the world. They had been waiting for this generation for eternity. Right time, right place, kill. Ancient Qilin Emperor was the first to attack. He raised his Qilin staff and attacked the crack of the path to immortality. At this moment, the true ancient emperor-level fluctuations appeared, suppressing the myriad Tao in the heavens. This power was too terrifying. Even the deepest part of the universe could feel this invincible aura. It was far from being comparable to the aura that erupted from Zhou Tong's battle with the Divine Court's Emperor Lord. Let's kill our way into the world. Then, the other ancient emperors all made their moves. At this moment, the emperor-level fluctuations shook the starry sky. Eternal immortal light illuminated the sky. These 7 figures were like 7 immortal monuments standing before the path to immortality, releasing a dazzling brilliance. For these ancient emperors, they could only succeed in this generation. Failure was not an option. In the crack of the path to immortality, all kinds of laws interweaved and could easily crush quasi-emperors. The path to immortality was not a true path. It was a place full of danger and killing intent. If one wanted to enter, they could only rely on strength. Boom! A world-shaking sound resounded through the universe. The path of immortalization was in chaos. They had finally killed their way in. The strength of an ancient emperor is indeed very strong. On the sun, Zhou Tong also sighed. He was still a little lacking in this level of strength. However, the timing is just right. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, in the wasteland of the universe, boom! The incomparably terrifying 9 stages of heavenly tribulation finally descended. It was the Great Tribulation of Yin and Yang. The auras of the Great Yin and Great Yang descended at the same time, baptizing those who were undergoing the tribulation. On the other hand, Zhou Tong's diamond carving transformed into a scarlet immortal phoenix. It spread its wings and soared, resisting the incomparably terrifying heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it drew upon the power of the Yin-Yang tribulation to baptize itself. All the grand emperors and ancient emperors on the path of immortalization shuddered. A level 9 boundary emperor realm, heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it's an incredible Yin-Yang tribulation. This is a young dragon. What a good timing. The ancient Qilin emperor sighed softly. This junior really knows how to endure. He really knows how to choose the right time. Another supreme being said. The 9 stages of heavenly tribulation in the outside world had caused a huge change. Someone was taking advantage of the fact that they were attacking the path of immortalization to break through. This was an exceptionally good opportunity since ancient times. There would be no human tribulation. Even though there were still some supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone who hadn't come out, they were still paying close attention to the path of immortalization. They were afraid that they would miss this opportunity and have no time to deal with other matters. Don't worry about them. We are fighting for the immortal ascension Tao seat this time. The matters of the outside world have nothing to do with us. Focusing on the path of immortalization is the right thing to do. Heavenly Venerable Changxing said, ending the topic. That's right. We will definitely become immortals in this world. A supreme being roared with an impassioned expression. I will use my life to verify the longevity technique. Even if I fail, I can still clear the obstacles for future generations. One day, the true path of immortalization will be revealed. The only supreme being among the 7 supreme being emperors of the human race said. It's not that we are weak. We are just unwilling to give up. Let's see how we can become immortals. A supreme being said. Although his voice was a little sorrowful, his actions were courageous. Humph, what do you mean by struggling at death's door? I am only doing this for myself. As long as I can become immortals, I won't hesitate even if I have to destroy the world, the Stone Emperor said coldly as he brandished the Sky Baron halberd. Kill. The Sky Baron halberd heavily struck the impregnable pass in front of the path of immortalization. Gotcha! The city gate was struck by the halberd, and a huge crack immediately appeared. Then, the other supreme beings also attacked at the same time. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. The sky exploded, and the crack in the path of immortalization shattered. The city gate blocking the path was destroyed by the 7 supreme beings. They killed their way in. However, the path ahead was cut off. Everyone was extremely disappointed. But soon, some people sensed that there was a power of immortality ahead that was attracting them. All the supreme beings were excited. They determined the coordinates together and then charged over. A brilliant path was formed. The 7 supreme beings attacked together, and the symbols of the great Tao constructed a supreme path that led directly into the distance, piercing through that world. What a pity! If I'm not wrong, that thing should be the work of the Undying Emperor, Zhou Tong said quietly in his mind. There was no doubt that the path of immortalization in the Big Dipper was a trap. I reckon that apart from the Northern Plains path of immortalization, the others were all set up by the Undying Emperor. The Undying Emperor even cut off the other paths of immortalization and placed them here. Zhou Tong vaguely guessed that only the path of immortalization in the Northern Plains could be considered a natural path of immortalization. The other paths of immortalization had been tampered with by the Undying Emperor. There were already 3 paths of immortalization in the Northern Plains, the Middle Continent, and the Eastern Wilderness. These ancient supreme beings did not even think about it. How could so many paths of immortalization appear one after another in the Big Dipper? Was this place really that special? But the Undying Emperor is also very powerful. He actually deceived so many supreme beings. Zhou Tong was also somewhat speechless. However, this path of immortalization should be the last scam. But this scam should be enough for the Undying Emperor's next transformation. The diamond carving also needs to speed up. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and looked at the wasteland of the universe, where the immeasurable divine tribulation was descending. That was the heavenly tribulation of the 9th heaven boundary emperor. As long as he survived this tribulation, the diamond carving would be perfected, and he would reach the level of alternative Tao attainment. Because it was originally the profound meaning of the immortal gold, the Tao fruit was the perfected Tao fruit of the immortal gold from the very beginning. Therefore, as long as he reached the 9th heaven, he would be able to attain alternative Tao attainment. Unfortunately, there's not enough time. Otherwise, I could try to transcend the great emperor tribulation. Zhou Tong also shook his head. The 9th heaven boundary emperor tribulation was already the limit. If he transcended the great emperor tribulation, the dark turmoil would have already ended by the time he returned. The great emperor tribulation lasted for a long time. Chapter 574. In the Road of Immortalization. A rain of light fell from the sky, and sparkling petals danced in the air. When they reached the deepest part, all the Supremes saw a stone tablet that towered into the sky. There was only one word on the tablet, immortal. At the same time, there was a huge door at the end of the ancient road. A few words were written on it with blood. The door on the left had the word past, the door on the right had the word future, and a plaque on the door had the word present. The 7 Supremes charged in at the same time, but it was useless. In the end, the seven Supremes decided to use the ancient layout. They finally activated the super-large 5-colored sacrificial altars in the eastern wilderness, western desert, southern ridge, northern plains, and central continent. The 5 continents glowed at the same time, condensing an endless amount of terrifying power. It also attracted the fragments of the great Tao and the essence of life from all over the universe, forming an extremely terrifying immortal formation. It exploded with a monstrous light, attacking the path of immortality and the gate. This was a peerless and terrifying offensive power. This terrifying power was comparable to the power of a peak great emperor. As expected of an ancient great formation set up by so many Supremes. It's really impressive. On the sun, Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with amazement. The formation here was even more terrifying than the Dragon Mountain in the Kunlun Mountains. As expected of something set up by countless Supremes over countless years. The situation in the road of immortalization was also an excellent opportunity for Zhou Tong to accumulate his foundation. When he saw the full power of a Supremes at close range, he could once again measure the gap between himself and the true great emperors and ancient emperors. But this great formation, oh! Zhou Tong suddenly thought of something, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The Divine Realm. This great formation seemed to be a little similar to the one set up in the Divine Realm's 5 continents. I know, the Supremes who set up this great formation must have gone to the Divine Realm and studied the 5 continents formed by Lingbao Tianzuan's Tao Palace. They must have even obtained the group's secret word. Zhou Tong's martial Tao Heavenly Eye revealed countless traces of formation patterns as he silently deduced in his heart. The formation patterns set up on the 5 continents were impressive. If it was set up in the Divine Realm, the Divine Realm would really be an iron bucket. Kill! Finally, the 7 Supreme Beings broke through the Celestial Gate with the help of the formation's power, and entered the world behind the gate. They could vaguely see a grand world that was filled with endless vitality. There was even a type of aura that seemed to be able to extend their lifespans, allowing them to live a bit longer. Could it be that they were right and I was wrong? Someone said quietly in Origin Ancient Mine. It wasn't just Origin Ancient Mine. Waves of whispers sounded from a few other life-restricted regions as well, a few supreme beings whose confidence was shaken. At the end of the path of immortalization was a primal chaos cave. Several supreme beings entered it at the same time, and disappeared from this world. At this moment, the path of immortalization showed signs of closing. This is the moment! Someone from the other life-forbidden zones shouted. 4 silhouettes came from different directions. They turned into dazzling rays of light and shot into the sky, killing their way into the road of immortality. They charged into the path of immortalization and jumped into the chaos cave. At the same time, traces of immortal chi appeared in the world. Accompanied by this aura, the crack in the path of immortalization finally began to close slowly. Everyone watched the scene in front of them nervously. The path of immortalization was healing very slowly, bit by bit. At this rate, it would probably be healed in a day. I'm finally back! At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with joy. Clang! With a trembling sound, the diamond carving tore through the void and appeared inside the sun. Zhou Tong held the diamond carving with an excited expression. The laws of the phoenix blood crimson gold had finally been perfected. Feeling the lifelike aura coming from the diamond carving, Zhou Tong suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a slight movement of his palm, he sent the diamond carving into the 10 Paradise Divine Ring. Buzz! Once the diamond carving entered, it immediately resonated with Zhou Tong. Then, extreme divine power began to spread in the 10 Paradise Divine Ring and entered Zhou Tong's body through the connection between the Sea of Reincarnation and the Divine Ring. This is the divine power of the 9th heaven. Zhou Tong's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. The diamond carving had succeeded in transcending the tribulation and had obtained an alternative Tao fruit. Now that this object was resonating with him, and he had used the Tao fruit of the Phoenix blood gold, he was equivalent to a slightly flawed existence that had achieved the Tao. Even if he only borrowed divine power, he would be equivalent to an ordinary ninth heaven quasi-emperor. If he used all his strength and used the 10 paradise divine ring, even if he used his imperfect Tao, his combat strength was equivalent to an alternative Tao fruit. He would be able to fight one-on-one with a prime. With my foundation and the support of the ninth heaven divine power, I can barely fight a prime who hasn't ascended to the extreme. Zhou Tong thought to himself. But it's still not enough. If I ascend to the extreme, I'll be finished. Moreover, my experience and level of divine restriction might not be comparable to those primes. I need to make more preparations. The strength of a prime was all-round. Physical body, divine power, primordial spirit, laws, and even divine restrictions were different from ordinary ninth heaven quasi-emperors. Zhou Tong's physical body was extremely strong and could fight a ninth heaven quasi-emperor like the emperor of the divine court. However, he couldn't fight a prime now. My physical body needs to be further strengthened before I can truly achieve the combat strength of a prime. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then looked at the chaotic green lotus in his body. If I let the chaotic green lotus completely take root in my body and merge with my flesh and blood, I might be able to improve further. As for the side effects, if I can win this battle, the side effects won't be a problem for me. Zhou Tong made up his mind. This fusion was actually an ultimate secret technique that Yen Ryu had taught Zhou Tong to use the Azure Tharch weapon. It allowed one to merge with the Azure Tharch weapon. In fact, it was a bit like the relationship between Yi Fan and the little green lotus in his body, but it was a step further. This fusion had a side effect, and that was that the cultivator would very likely become a part of the chaotic green lotus. However, if he could survive this battle between primes, Zhou Tong was confident that he could resist the Azure Thearka's Tao and break free from this fusion state. The Tao of Combat Immortals battle is the ladder to improvement. Even the Emperor of the Divine Court was killed by me. Next, I can only personally experience a battle between primes. Zhou Tong activated the secret technique. Suddenly, the chaotic green lotus seemed to be revived and started to take root in Zhou Tong's body. Rays of brilliant green light emerged from Zhou Tong's body. The green lotus was merging with Zhou Tong's body. The lotus stem, lotus leaves, and roots were completely merged with his flesh and blood. In an instant, his entire body emitted a brilliant green light. Then, there was a rumbling sound, and the sound of his blood flowing was like thunder. Endless and terrifying power erupted from Zhou Tong's body. A green lotus also appeared on his immortal foundation. Zhou Tong's primordial spirit sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. The green lotus would be the perfect protection for his primordial spirit. With the support of the green lotus, Zhou Tong's physical body improved further and truly reached the perfect emperor body. He was not weaker than those primes of the forbidden regions. In fact, he was even stronger than them. This is the Azure Emperor's forbidden technique. It's so domineering. If it was an ordinary sixth heaven quasi-emperor, it would probably only take 6 hours to merge with it, and they would be consigned to eternal damnation and completely turned into nourishment for the green lotus. Zhou Tong thought to himself, even if it's me, although I can withstand it, it will take some effort to break free. If the merging takes more than 3 days, it will also be a big problem. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Next, let's wait for those primes to fail. Zhou Tong's eyes were also covered with a layer of faint green light. At this moment, all the people in the universe who were paying attention to the road of immortality were quietly watching the road of immortality as it closed bit by bit. And just when everyone thought that this era was about to end, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sound. The road of immortality completely collapsed, and the road of immortality that was about to close opened again. There was a huge explosion at the chaotic cave at the end of the road of immortality. Immediately after, a figure rushed out and let out a sorrowful cry. Everyone could feel that kind of despair. This era is both right and wrong. It's actually like this. There's hope, but it also makes people despair. This primordial spirit controlled his emotions and sighed softly. I'm at the end of the road. I'm no longer in my prime. Otherwise, I'm destined to become an immortal in this era. He roared loudly. Hope and despair intertwined, causing him to no longer be as wise as before. Instead, he was slightly crazy. Boom. At this moment, the blood of the primes splattered. The second primes, the third primes. Those primes who rushed in were all blasted out. None of them had truly entered. Chapter 575. I am the best in the world. What a pity! On the path to immortality, I'm listening to my own funeral song. I can't accept this. I didn't expect this to be the end. Whoever achieves immortality in this world will be an immortal. I still missed it. The right time, the right place, but the right person is missing. The Supremes who were blown out all spoke with sorrowful voices. It was so desolate that anyone who heard it would cry. After waiting for so long, this was the end. Boom. Finally, the forbidden land of the remote antiquity exploded. Ruthless appeared with his saint body, as if he was going to end the path to immortality. Ba. At the same time, Buddhist chants rushed into the sky. The entire western desert emitted a bright Buddhist light. The Buddhist holy land, Mount Meru, was surrounded by endless light. The Buddhist chants rumbled as if a great emperor was suppressing the world. The great thunderclap temple on Mount Meru was especially bright. It let out a huge Buddhist chant, and countless monks were chanting scriptures. Dong. A bell rang in the northern region of the eastern wilderness. It was the no-beginning bell. The path to immortality was about to end, and the no-beginning bell finally moved. At the same time, earth-shattering screams came from the Saint Cliff. A huge immortal origin appeared, and a primordial spirit was struggling inside. Not far away, a stone coffin flew out, and an old Taoist was buried inside. The undying Taoist is so pitiful. Zhou Tong's mouth twitched. He was speechless. The undying Taoist was a body of faith created by the undying emperor with endless faith power. His primordial spirit and physical body were separated by the no-beginning heavenly emperor and sealed together for almost 100,000 years. Now, he was finally going to complete his final mission. Sacrifice the path to immortality. The investiture of the gods brought the undying Taoist's primordial spirit and physical body to the path of immortality. With a final boom, the runes on the investiture of the gods burned continuously. Some of the runes even leaked out of the path to the outside world. Is it really a blood sacrifice? Zhou Tong was doubtful. With the no-beginning heavenly emperor's ability, he might have already calculated that the path to immortality might be fake. He might have seen through the undying emperor's plan. One had to know that in his later years, Wu Shi, heavenly emperor, and the immortal emperor had confronted each other on the path of immortality for 2,000 years. Wu Shi, the great emperor, has already entered that strange world. To Wu Shi, the investiture of the gods might be a road lamp, a guide that allows Wu Shi, the great emperor, to interfere with this world from another world. It might even be a way to plot against the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong also had some guesses in his heart. The investiture of the gods didn't bring the immortal Taoist as a blood sacrifice for the road of immortality. Maybe it was to open up a passage that connected the road of immortality to that strange world. Did Emperor No Beginning predict that the undying king will bathe in the blood of the kings and enter the nirvana state again? Is that why he set up this trap? Zhou Tong connected the dots in the original story and guessed what Emperor No Beginning was planning. Soon, the bell of no beginnings movement also disappeared. It had also failed to successfully punch its way in. Boom! By then, however, the change in the western desert had reached its peak. Boundless Buddhist light, together with the power of faith, condensed into a gigantic Buddha that was billions of zhang tall. This was Amitabha, the great emperor's Dharma body. As soon as this body appeared, it immediately rushed into the road of immortality. Unfortunately, it still failed. However, at this time, the endless power of faith in the western desert's Mount Meru continued to boil. In the end, it turned into an old man who looked exactly like Amitabha. This was Amitabha, the great emperor's god of self. With the Sarira left behind by Amitabha, the great emperor, as the core and the vast amount of power of faith accumulated in the Mount Meru for more than 200,000 years, this old monk's power was comparable to the peak of Amitabha, the great emperor's original body. If I become an immortal, as long as there are still the three evil paths of hell, hungry ghosts, and animals in my deity ground, I will not take the supreme immortal position. If I become an immortal, great wishes came out of Amitabha, the great emperor's god of self, resonating with countless Buddhists in the western desert. Vast amounts of power of faith from the universe also converged here. Boom! With a loud bang, Mount Meru rose from the ground. Amitabha, the great emperor's god of self, transformed into a Zhang 6 golden body. Wrapped in the power of faith from the universe, it brought Mount Meru and the great thunderclap temple to the road of immortality, gathering the power of all living beings to open the road of immortality. This method shocked all the supremes. Just as Mount Meru and Amitabha's god of self entered the road of immortality, Ruthless also made his move. Everyone could see that he didn't want to enter the road of immortality. He only wanted to destroy the road of immortality. Ruthless Emperor's move naturally made many Supremes unhappy. The Stone Emperor was extremely domineering. He directly confronted Ruthless Emperor. The two of them exchanged a blow. In the end, the Stone Emperor was defeated. Boom! However, at this time, another unforeseen event occurred. The road of immortality exploded again. Mount Meru was torn apart and all the Buddhists were killed. Amitabha was also defeated. Ruthless was ready to make his move again. Many Supremes also spoke up, wanting to give it a try. After the discussion, all the Supremes finally charged forward. Anyone would be unwilling to give up. They wanted to give it their all before they died. However, the result was tragic. These ancient emperors failed again. Especially after they came out, 4 of them died on the spot. The road of immortality has ended. Next is the dark turmoil. Zhou Tong stood up and went to the core of the Sun Palace. He looked at the soul refining pot that was suppressed by the Sun Star, the sacred Sun Emperor's diagram, and the Holy Spirit Stone Book. Soul refining pot, and Radiance Ancient Emperor, I'm sorry. But don't worry. I will protect the Radiance race's ancestral planet during the dark turmoil. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. Then, he stored the Holy Spirit Stone Book in his immortal foundation. Immediately, the book emitted a hazy light, protecting Zhou Tong's immortal foundation. Buzz! Without the suppression of a Supreme Being weapon, the soul refining pot began to shine. The god of the Supreme Being weapon was slowly coming back to life. It wanted to rush out and turn the world upside down. However, Zhou Tong casually grabbed the immortal cauldron Yi Fan gave to Zhou Tong. Together, it suppressed the soul refining pot. Immediately, the soul refining pot became obedient again. I've been preparing on the Sun Star for so many years. Today, I'm finally going to activate it. At the cost of using the sacred Sun Emperor's diagram, I should be able to steal the sky and hide from the Supremes. This attack of mine should be able to heavily injure or even kill a Supreme Being. Zhou Tong looked at the sacred Sun Emperor's diagram. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ambush a Supreme Being. However, after my real body goes out, there might be some problems that need to be dealt with. I need a divine will to take charge of the situation. Zhou Tong left his divine will in the Sun Palace to take charge of Big Dipper's situation. Originally, the most suitable one would be the Tao body of the three pure ones. Unfortunately, this technique had a flaw. Under the divine restriction, the Tao body of the three pure ones would dissipate. Therefore, he could only leave a divine will to take charge. At the same time, his heart moved slightly, and he left a jade box here for this strand of his divine sense to safeguard. While Zhou Tong was preparing, God's organization also appeared. They had already collected 1/3 of the immortalization cauldron. Taking advantage of the fact that Longevity Celestial had not come out, they directly smashed the road of immortalization. In the face of this attack, the road of immortalization finally couldn't take it anymore. It turned into dust and no longer existed. All kinds of immortal light danced in the air. The light rain was like a vast expanse of stars, flying in all directions. The fragments of the green bronze cauldron also turned into countless streams of light, flying in all directions of the universe. Chapter 576. Unfortunately, even if the immortal cauldron exploded, this attack still couldn't kill Heavenly Venerable Changsheng. Boom! A terrifying wave rushed out. Heavenly Venerable Changsheng was covered in blood. His body was in tatters, and he had almost been destroyed. As expected of the Heavenly Venerable who created the esoteric word, his ability to survive was strong. Although he had escaped, he had suffered unimaginable injuries. If he wanted to recover quickly, he would need a huge amount of innate essence. Now, in the Big Dipper, where was the place with the most innate essence? Heavenly Venerable Changsheng looked directly at the sun star, opened his mouth and inhaled. Buzz! In an instant, the sun star was extinguished. All of its power turned into essence and rushed toward Heavenly Venerable Changsheng. The people of God's organization were unwilling to accept this. Heavenly Venerable Changsheng could withstand such an attack, and he even had the strength to absorb the life essence of the sun star to heal himself. Boom! However, something unexpected happened. The essence from the sun star didn't enter Heavenly Venerable Changsheng's body. Instead, the moment it approached Heavenly Venerable Changsheng, it suddenly erupted with the most terrifying killing intent. What? Heavenly Venerable Changsheng's expression changed drastically. He saw clearly that it was the smelting god pot that had been fully revived. It was disturbed by the esoteric word, and under the influence of the sun saint power, it was bombarding him. No, not only the smelting god pot, but also the other half of the immortal cauldron. This was the attack that Zhou Tong had been preparing for a long time. He had been preparing for this attack since he came back from the Emperor Star and repaired the formation patterns on the Sun Star. This attack was extremely hidden, especially with the cover of the Sun Saint Emperor's formation pattern. It was to take advantage of this moment to strike Heavenly Venerable Changsheng and completely cut off his path of survival. Although Heavenly Venerable Changsheng saw it, he couldn't react in time when the killing intent was released. He was directly hit by the attack, and his whole body was instantly torn into pieces. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Not only the people of God's organization, but also the Supremes and Holy Physiques not far away. Heavenly Venerable Changsheng exploded? The Holy Physique was also stunned. He originally wanted to fight to the death with Heavenly Venerable Changsheng, but he didn't expect Heavenly Venerable Changsheng to explode before he could attack. Buzz! At the spot where the Longevity Heavenly Sovereign had exploded, there were more than a dozen pieces of green shard. They shone brightly and radiated with the majestic aura of an ancient emperor. This was the divine refining pot of the light race. Zhou Tong unleashed it along with his own backup plan, bombarding Celestial Venerable Longevity. Even Heavenly Venerable Changsheng had exploded, So how could the soul-refining pot still be intact? Naturally, it was blown into a dozen pieces on the spot. Not far away, beside the soul-refining pot, there was a broken sword. That was the longevity sword of Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng. However, it was now broken into 6 pieces. Even the god was severely injured. These 2 monarch weapons didn't turn into meteors in the universe because the gods reacted in time. However, the immortal becoming cauldron was different. This cauldron didn't have a god, so it exploded directly. Countless fragments turned into meteors and scattered in the universe. The full power of the sun star erupted, and the sacred Sun Emperor's formation diagram was used once. The immortal cauldron and the soul-refining gourd exploded. We've finally killed Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng. Zhou Tong said softly, this is the way to deal with someone like Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng, who's good at recovery. Kill him in one blow and don't give him any chance to live. Do you think my 100 years of preparations are child's play? I've been waiting for this moment, Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng. The longevity sword and the soul-refining gourd aren't heavy weapons. They only add up to 1 million kilograms of levitation green gold. What a pity! Zhou Tong walked out from the Sun Star. I'll try to destroy a few more monarch weapons. Perhaps my dominating bell will be perfected. F***ck, how dare you touch my spoils of war? You're asking for it. Zhou Tong's eyes turned, revealing a hint of anger. He took out the battle staff, activated the secret character of all and the immortal combat art, and smashed it down. In front of the shattered road to immortality. All the Supremes stared at the scene in front of them, tongue-tied. A Supremes had been ambushed and exploded in front of them. This scene deeply provoked them. Impressive. You've got guts. You didn't hesitate to destroy a monarch weapon and even the immortal cauldron just to kill Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng. The Samsara Master praised. The timing and power of this attack were perfect. It was too stunning. He had definitely prepared this attack for a long time. A Heavenly Venerable of a generation still met such a tragic end. Sky abandoning supremacy was also a little emotional. Many of their longevity techniques originated from Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng. Heavenly Venerable Chang Sheng could be said to be the source of immortality for many ancient emperors here. He was truly the best in the universe when it came to seeking his own life. Since ancient times, there weren't many who could compare to him. However, at this moment, the Stone Emperor finally moved. He stretched out his hand toward the soul-refining gourd and longevity sword fragment. The Stone Emperor reacted the fastest. He immediately sensed that the monarch weapons in the soul-refining gourd and longevity sword fragments were an unimaginable supplement to him. They could allow him to survive more than half of the calamities. The birth of any Supremes would consume their own life force. If they wanted to continue living, they would have to start a dark upheaval and absorb the essence of all living beings. However, how could an ordinary cultivator compare to a monarch weapon? After monopolizing the 2 monarch weapons, he would definitely be able to replenish all the essence he lacked without needing to travel to more than a few planets. Clang! 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 However, the moment the Stone Emperor stretched out his hand, all of the levitation azure gold fragments were instantly controlled by some kind of power and shot toward a certain direction. Who is it? The Stone Emperor roared. His blood energy was unparalleled. The black Sky-Baron halberd in his hand suddenly slashed toward the void. It was as if it could cut through the 9 heavens. A boundless waterfall of primal chaos poured down, bursting with the most terrifying of fissures. There was also a world-destroying brilliance that swept through the surroundings. A pitch-black staff appeared in the void and smashed down heavily, colliding violently with the Sky-Baron halberd. Clang! In an instant, heaven and earth cracked. The surrounding void of the universe was also collapsing. The Stone Emperor's expression changed slightly. This attack was a little too powerful. It made the halberd in his hand go numb. Who do you think you are? How dare you steal my spoils of war? Zhou Tong walked out of the void with the battle staff in his hand. A brilliant halo surrounded him, and one could faintly hear the crisp cry of a phoenix. The fragments of the god refining gourd and longevity sword revolved around him. He controlled these fragments with the weapon's secret character. Then, he put them away and suppressed them together. You. How is this possible? It's actually you? Heaven Abandoning Supreme looked at Zhou Tong, and his expression changed slightly. He had already recognized Zhou Tong. He recognized that he was the heavenly tyrant body who had defeated the Ninth Heaven Quasi-Emperor Lord not long ago. However, it was precisely because he recognized him that he was shocked. This was because when he fought the Divine Court Emperor Lord last time, he clearly had the aura of a Sixth Heaven Quasi-Emperor. However, now he had the aura and power of a Ninth Heaven Quasi-Emperor. When did he transcend the tribulation? Could it be that he was transcending the Ninth Heaven tribulation when the path of immortality began? For a moment, Heaven Abandoning Supreme was shocked. A small dragon had grown into a big dragon in a moment of carelessness? No, your condition is not right. You are still at the Sixth Heaven. You haven't transcended the tribulation. The Master of Samsara's eyes were like deep pools, reflecting Zhou Tong's figure. I see. You have integrated with the Azure Tharch weapon. No wonder you have the aura and power of a Ninth Heaven. It turns out that you are just an ant who relied on external forces. The heavenly tyrant body lineage has changed its habits? Have you thought it through? Have you finally decided to do something for the common people? The sage physique looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. He didn't expect to see the heavenly tyrant body here. Logically speaking, this lineage had never participated in anything related to the Dark Turmoil, and they had never met the Dark Sovereign. You are just an ant who relied on external forces to reach this realm. You haven't even proven your way, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. The Stone Emperor roared. His black hair stood on end, and his intimidating eyes were brighter than lightning. He held the Sky Desolation halberd made of black dragon-patterned gold, and his whole body emitted an unparalleled light. His whole body was filled with an extremely terrifying chaotic aura. He was really angry. How dare someone who relied on external forces to reach the Ninth Heaven dared to challenge him? Let's kill a sovereign first to practice. Stone Emperor, it's you. Zhou Tong's fighting spirit surged. At this moment, he didn't care about the former supreme ancient emperor. Chapter 577. Ha ha ha. A speck of dust dares to be so arrogant. The Stone Emperor roared with laughter as if he were a peerless overlord. His hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze the entire universe. He wielded his halberd and slashed it toward Zhou Tong. I'll kill you in the desolate region of the universe. Zhou Tong didn't want to destroy the Big Dipper sword, so he leaped into the air and flew toward the desolate region of the universe. The Stone Emperor was enraged, and he immediately chased after him. The Sky Desolation halberd in his hand didn't change direction, and he continued to slash it toward Zhou Tong. The pitch-black halberd exuded a terrifying light, and it was like a divine saber that could slice through the sea of stars. A battle between supreme beings. In that instant, everyone in the universe sensed this extremely terrifying aura, and their bodies turned cold as their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. I hope the tyrant of the heavens wins. Some cultivators who knew the secret to the survival of supreme beings were also praying in their hearts. In that instant, Zhou Tong and the Stone Emperor flew past countless galaxies before finally arriving at the desolate region of the universe. The two of them faced each other, and Zhou Tong was the first to move. After fusing with the chaotic green lotus and the diamond carving, Zhou Tong was extremely powerful. There was no need for words at this moment. He raised his battle staff, and a dazzling light instantly soared into the heavens. It was as if immortal light had pierced through the heavens, and a violent battle intent shook the entire universe. Boom! Then, he suddenly swept his staff through the air, and the entire universe was shaken by this strike. The battle staff was extremely violent, and it was as if it could shatter all things. The laws of the heavens were completely thrown into chaos at this moment. At this moment, the battle staff in Zhou Tong's hand erupted with an incomparably terrifying divine might. Die! The Stone Emperor roared. This was his boundless killing intent, and it exploded in the void, shattering the entire universe. The Stone Emperor had already incited darkness chaos many times, and among all the supreme beings, his hands were definitely among the most stained with blood. Now, all of his killing intent erupted with a violent roar, and even the void seemed to be unable to withstand it. It was as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling. The Stone Emperor swung his sky desolation halberd to meet this attack. Hum! The heavenly desolation halberd slashed out with a buzzing sound. Pitch-black dragon runes rose from the heavenly desolation halberd and rushed towards Zhou Tong. This was the strongest attack of the Imperial Tao. Clang! The battle staff and the sky desolation halberd clashed, sending sparks everywhere. Each of the sparks was like a sun that crashed into the starry sky, destroying countless galaxies. During this period of time, waves of supreme being fluctuations erupted. Divine radiance instantly drowned out the starry sky. It was terrifying to the extreme, making one's soul tremble. Even the countless living beings in the boundlessly distant starry sky fell limp to the ground, trembling with fear. Fight! Zhou Tong's battle intent soared into the heavens. He was like an invincible god of war. His eyes were filled with fervor as he erupted with a peerless aura. He had an invincible aura as he looked down on Emperor Stone. He activated the immortal combat art with all his might and raised his cudgel to attack. This was Zhou Tong's own taboo domain. Wherever the cudgel's shadow passed, the void collapsed. Even the galaxies in the distance were being destroyed one after another. In the face of this majestic battle intent and attack, the laws of this universe seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. You have some skill, but it's not enough. Emperor Stone sneered. Boom. Emperor Stone had been incomparably powerful all his life. He had never backed down. He had experienced far too many years, and when facing Zhou Tong, he displayed his domineering side to the fullest. He had almost no defenses. He brandished the sky desolation halberd and attacked Zhou Tong. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or Emperor Stone, they were both extremely powerful and domineering people. Neither of them had any defenses. They clashed head-on, using attack to attack, using battle to battle. Rumble! This was an earth-shattering battle. Stars shattered, suns exploded, imperial laws danced in the air, and millions of strands of immortal light shot out. Every time the battle cudgel and the sky desolation halberd collided, a large area of the sea of stars was destroyed. The battle became more and more frenzied. Zhou Tong's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He even pushed his battle immortal art to the extreme. There were faint signs that he was surpassing his past self. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. His divine might was unparalleled. This battle was not only a battle of battle strength, but also a battle of wills. It was a battle of life, and even a battle of experience, courage, and decisiveness. In these aspects, Zhou Tong naturally paled in comparison to a powerful paragon like Emperor Stone. The heaven-abandoning paragon that was formed by the destiny orange-gold heaven-abandoning paragon was originally slightly illusory. In the 27 battles with the tyrant body ancestral planet, he had only fought with their clones. Moreover, there were no divine restrictions, so he naturally could not unleash many of their mysteries. It was the same for the battle with the Emperor of the Divine Court. The Emperor of the Divine Court could not compare to a paragon in terms of experience or anything else. These battles only allowed him to obtain a trace of a paragon's battle technique. It was not complete. However, now that he had come into contact with Emperor Stone and was fighting with him, Zhou Tong instantly saw a whole new world. He fought like a madman, and he advanced further in the battle. Now, Zhou Tong was like a divine metal. He used the paragon's battle technique as a hammer and hammered it to his heart's content. He improved bit by bit, and all of Emperor Stone's battle techniques became his experience. Pooh! After exchanging 300 blows, Zhou Tong's body was splattered with crimson-red flowers of blood with traces of purple qi. There was a huge wound on his shoulder. If he had not fused with the chaotic green lotus, he would have almost been cut open by Emperor Stone. On the other side, Emperor Stone's footsteps were also unstable. There were cracks all over his body, and there was an extremely hideous wound on his head. It almost cut off a large part of his scalp. He had also suffered a heavy blow from Zhou Tong. His head had almost been cut in half by Zhou Tong's sword fingers. Junior! Emperor Stone was furious. This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. Moreover, it was at the hands of a junior who had borrowed external power to fight with him. Old Stone, you can't go on anymore. Fight. Zhou Tong saw a whole new world. He was extremely excited. His morale was high and his battle intent soared. He raised his staff and fought wildly. Chaotic aura surged on the battlefield. It was as if heaven and earth were being created, and also as if the world was ending. The scene was terrifying. Big Dipper beside the path of immortalization. Amazing talent. I didn't expect that he could really fight with us. Moreover, he's still improving. Heaven abandoning Supreme was shocked. He did not expect that this tyrant body's battle prowess had reached such a level. It was unimaginable. He was only a 6th heaven quasi-emperor. Even if he had borrowed external power and forcefully reached the 9th heaven, he should not have such battle prowess. Logically speaking, he should have been suppressed by Emperor Stone soon after exchanging blows. However, this person in front of them seemed to have surpassed common sense. His speed of improvement was so fast that it shocked them. There's no time to wait. We have to attack immediately, the Master of Samsara said softly. Emperor Stone is being held back by Tyrant Body. He probably won't be able to survive this generation. However, I can't die yet. The Master of the Divine Ruins sighed. This is a grand banquet. An ancient supreme being has come into being. Everything will be rewritten. This is what people call the Dark Era. This will be the biggest one in history. A mere tyrant body can't change anything, the Master of Light and Darkness said. These supreme beings' voices were cold. They wanted to start the biggest dark turmoil in history and absorb the lives of thousands of creatures to slow down their aging. Ha ha ha, even our old enemies are fighting. Our divine physique has suppressed the turmoil for many years. How can we be weaker than the tyrant body? The great success divine physique roared. A monstrous golden blood aura surged and blocked the remaining 4 supreme beings. Okay, then we'll start with you. Even if the blood aura of a great success divine physique is exhausted and divided equally among the 4 of us, it's still comparable to the lives of several star fields. The Master of Samsara looked coldly at the great success divine physique. That's right. We'll kill you first. The other supreme beings stepped forward at the same time and charged toward the great success divine physique. The remaining 4 supreme beings had decided to kill the great success divine physique first. They would use the life of a supreme being to replenish their lives. Chapter 578. You guys. The Saint Physique was furious. 4 Supremes attacked at the same time. He was no longer in his prime, so there was no way he could survive. The Saint Physique looked at Emperor Ruthless, who was beside him. However, Emperor Ruthless was in a daze and ignored him. I've made a lot of arrangements for this battle. I'll lead them to the outskirts of the universe and meet up with my real body. Just as the Saint Physique was furious, a divine thought entered his ears. Is it that overlord body? He has other arrangements? The Saint Physique was confused, but then he calmed down. Okay, since you want to quell the chaos, I'll fulfill your wish. The Saint Physique retreated as he fought. He rushed toward the battlefield between Zhou Tong and the Stone Emperor. You want to meet up with that overlord body? Great. I need him too. The master of Samsara's eyes were cruel. We've already started many dark disturbances. One Saint Physique is not enough for us. It's good to have another overlord body. Light and Darkness Supremacy's voice was cold, but he didn't show any mercy. He pointed at the Saint Physique, and the divine chains of order turned into unparalleled godly laws that danced in the air. Boom! The Saint Physique's 6 paths of reincarnation fist shook the heavens and the earth. It collided with Light and Darkness Supremacy. At this moment, the other Supremes attacked at the same time. Even if they followed the movements of the Great Success Holy Body, they still wanted to kill the Great Success Holy Body on the way. Then, they would have one less Stone Emperor to share the life essence of the Saint Physique. As the Supremes left, countless cultivators in the Big Dipper heaved a sigh of relief. Those supreme beings were like huge mountains, pressing down on their hearts. I don't know if Zhou Tong and the Saint Physique can withstand it. Yi Fan looked in the direction of the outskirts of the universe. His eyes were full of worry. Yi Fan, Xia, Nana, and the big black dog were all hiding on the Saint Cliff. They remembered that Zhou Tong had said it was a safe place. The Big Dipper seemed dangerous, but it was actually the safest place. It's difficult. I don't know what kind of technique that brat used to actually be able to fight against the Stone Emperor. However, the great accomplishment Holy Physique is definitely no match for the 4 of them. The large black dog's expression was also grave. He's now converging towards Zhou Tong. It's most likely because he wants to borrow Zhou Tong's formation to fight against his enemies. But there are too many supreme martial artists. Even with Lingbao Tianzuan's formation diagram, we can't stop 5 supreme martial artists. Unless there's another person with a Saint Physique that's at the peak of the Saint Physique stage that can restrain a supreme martial artist. The large black dog was well versed in the Tao of formation patterns. He knew much more about these things than Yi Fan did. At the same time, on the already dim Sunday, Zhou Tong's spiritual consciousness manifested the figure of Zhou Tong. His eyes were deep as he looked at the great battle in the universe. Facing 4 supreme martial artists, the great accomplishment Holy Physique stage was struggling to hold on. Almost half of his time was spent hurrying over. He had even been beaten up by the 4 supreme martial artists once along the way. If the great accomplishment Holy Physique stage continues like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on until we meet up with my main body. Zhou Tong's spiritual consciousness said softly. However, since all the supreme martial artists have been lured over, let's go directly to the desolate region of the universe to fight. With a thought, he immediately activated a secret technique. Suddenly, the Ziwei Star Zone, in the void, a jade-green divine pagoda appeared. This was a pagoda that Zhou Tong had refined by imitating the Amitabha Great Emperor Xue Foot. It was specially made to restrain divine obsessions. Crack! The pagoda cracked open. Immediately after, a ghostly figure appeared and slowly opened its eyes. However, before this ghostly figure could show its might, a seal suddenly appeared not far away. Immediately after, a divine light landed in front of this ghostly figure. In an instant, strands of golden light rushed out from the top of this ghostly figure's head. The brilliant light dyed its entire body golden. The evil ghost's energy was purified in an instant. It was incomparably holy. rumble, the golden light became stronger and stronger. The terrifying aura almost suffocated the entire Z-Way star zone. It was as if a great emperor had been resurrected. In the Z-Way star zone, countless people exclaimed, "Ah, could it be that the dark turmoil has come to the Z-Way star zone? No, that kind of light and chi and blood are unique to the holy physique. Could it be that another great accomplishment holy physique has appeared?" Someone noticed the essence of the golden light and was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, the golden ghostly figure was becoming more and more solid. A terrifying majesty was growing at an extremely fast speed. There were also divine chains of order around him. All kinds of auspicious lights and auspicious colors fell from the sky and the earth. It was as if a supreme great emperor had appeared. Crack! Finally, this figure opened its eyes. The golden light in its eyes tore through the void like two bolts of lightning. The great accomplishment holy physique reappeared in the world. Its divine power was vast and mighty. Heaven and earth trembled. "I'm back again." The great accomplishment holy physique looked down at the Z-Way star zone. Its voice was filled with endless emotion. So it's this generation. The path to immortality has collapsed. Is it another generation of dark turmoil? The great accomplishment holy physique's eyes turned and saw another great accomplishment holy physique being beaten up in the starry sky. Oh, even the old enemy has changed his temperament? He's willing to pay such a high price to fight? The great accomplishment holy physique looked at the wasteland of the universe. It was Zhou Tong who was fighting with Emperor of Stone. That's not right. Why does this guy look a little familiar? The great accomplishment holy physique's eyes froze. His eyes flickered, and the scene of Zhou Tong capturing his divine obsession and using it as an opponent to temper himself appeared in his mind. This great accomplishment holy physique was like a god. These things couldn't be hidden from him at all. The more he watched, the more his eyelids twitched. In particular, when he saw Zhou Tong repeatedly deleting the memory of his divine obsession, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No matter what, that divine obsession was his own thoughts. How could it be played by his opponent like this? Even though it was already a great accomplishment holy physique, he was still somewhat angry. But soon, his eyes dimmed slightly and he sighed. Forget it. It's just an evil thought. Since you're willing to pay such a price for dark turmoil, I won't bicker with you. He took a step forward, and the starry sky of the universe moved. The sun, moon, and stars all changed. The great Tao resonated, giving birth to endless visions. Endless auspicious colors and auspicious lights turned into a golden path that rushed into the depths of the universe and toward the besieged great accomplishment holy physique. Oh no! The other supremes also revealed looks of disbelief. Another great accomplishment holy physique had actually appeared in this universe? And it seemed like it was a great accomplishment holy physique at the peak? No, it's not a living person. It's the remnant thoughts in front of him that were resurrected? Reincarnation supremacy instantly understood something, and his heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. He won't be alive for too long. We can't fight him head-on. We must drag it out until this great accomplishment holy physique dissipates, Reincarnation supremacy shouted. For the supremes of the restricted area, they would try their best not to ascend if they could. They had already ascended once when they were on the path of immortality. If they ascended again now, they might not be able to slow down their aging even if they devoured all the living beings in the universe. Chapter 579. On the other side, Zhou Tong was also fighting a bloody battle against Stone Emperor. Tyrant Body Ancestral Body. Zhou Tong finally used Tyrant Body Ancestral Body towards the end of the fight. Divine Striking Stone Primordial Spirit, Heavenly Horned Ant Horn, Nine-Leaf Sword Grass Hair, True Dragon Body, Immortal Phoenix Wings, Koan Pung wings, lightning emperor wings, mantis claw, Qilin feet, 9 netherworld python tail. Zhou Tong's ancestral body descended in an instant. With Zhou Tong's current fighting strength, once he used the ancestral body, there was immediately 10,000 thunderbolts. The sky was filled with sin and fire as if heaven and earth couldn't tolerate it. He had just taken a step, and the sky immediately collapsed and the earth caved in. This was a type of extreme power that made people tremble. Fight! Zhou Tong roared, and his body immediately shone. Millions of immortal lights completely spread out, as if an immortal phoenix was reborn, illuminating the universe. He activated the all-secret character and wore immortal art at the same time, directly grabbing the battle staff to suppress and attack Stone Emperor. Kill! Stone Emperor also roared. Divine chains of order wrapped around his body, and a step shattered the starry sky. He brandished the sky desolate halberd, crushing the stars in the universe. Large expanses of galaxies collapsed, unable to withstand this kind of power, and directly aimed at Zhou Tong, wanting to cut him in half. Dang! The battle staff and the sky desolate halberd collided. The battle staff was incomparably brilliant, and the halberd's black light rushed into the sky. This was a terrifying collision, but in this instant Stone Emperor's halberd-wielding hands were shattered, and blood flowed like water. His entire body was continuously pushed back. In this kind of state, Zhou Tong completely used the tyrant ancestral body, and a full-strength attack could already suppress Stone Emperor. "And you!" Stone Emperor was furious. "Fight!" Zhou Tong was in no mood to talk to him. He swung the staff and attacked. Good. 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 Even if this emperor is old, I don't believe that anyone can bully me. I'll sublimate to the extreme and fight you. Stone Emperor's eyes were red. Being suppressed by a sixth heaven half-emperor, this was simply a humiliation among humiliation. Buzz! The Stone Emperor's aura began to change. The space between his brows shone resplendently, and his entire body shone. The aura of a supreme being surged, covering heaven and earth as it descended. All the cultivators who were paying attention to this battle, and even some of the supremes who had yet to be born in the forbidden area, couldn't help but change their expressions. A sixth heaven quasi-emperor had truly forced the Stone Emperor to the point where he had no choice but to ascend to the pinnacle in order to battle him. "I can't ascend." Zhou Tong snorted coldly, and a beam of eternal light suddenly shot out from his body. It was like a rising sun, and countless formation patterns covered the sky, drowning the Stone Emperor. Boom! Endless light erupted, and a sea of divine might surged. It was dazzling, and there was even chaotic aura lingering about. This was the last chance for the Holy Sun Emperor's array diagram to make a move. Before the chaos of the darkness, the Sun Saint Emperor's array diagram could only be used twice. Zhou Tong had long prepared to use it at the most critical moment. Zhou Tong delivered the first strike to Celestial Venerable Changxing, directly taking away a supreme being. And now, Zhou Tong handed the second strike over to the Stone Emperor. Zhou Tong was well aware that there was an extremely small loophole in the process of ascending to the pinnacle of a supreme being. It was so small that many supreme beings would overlook it if they weren't paying attention. This was especially true during battle. However, Zhou Tong was different. He had long since prepared for this moment. Zhou Tong's battle prowess was extremely high, and his ability to grasp opportunities in battle was extremely strong. He instantly grasped this momentary loophole. If it were anyone else, even if they knew about this loophole, they wouldn't be able to grasp it. In an instant, the Holy Sun Emperor's aura surged through the starry sky. Moreover, at this instant, Zhou Tong also charged over with his battle staff in hand. The Stone Emperor howled in anguish and roared in fury. Several cracks appeared on his Tianhuang halberd, and one of his arms was directly smashed off by Zhou Tong's staff. It was sent flying and directly exploded. The most fatal thing was that a frightening crack had appeared on the Stone Emperor's head. His head was almost split in half. This was the result of a single strike from Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix wings. A massive crack had appeared on his immortal foundation. Everyone in the universe was stunned by the results of this battle. Zhou Tong was actually suppressing the Stone Emperor and beating him up. Moreover, he had almost succeeded. This result was really too frightening. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. The countless life-forbidden zones in the Big Dipper star also fell silent. Zhou Tong's move had given them a warning. To think that such a thing could happen during the process of ascending to the pinnacle of a supreme being. All the supreme beings were deep in thought. They had to find a way to deal with this loophole. Otherwise, if they were killed like this in the future, it would be too unjust. Ascending to the pinnacle? I've been waiting for this moment. Stone Emperor, your immortal foundation has cracked. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, you won't be able to survive. Zhou Tong shouted. Obediently become my whetstone. Fight. Junior, I acknowledge you. The Stone Emperor's eyes were cold. However, I've never been defeated before. Today is the same. Emperor seals the world. The Stone Emperor roared. In an instant, everything in heaven and earth froze. It wasn't just his divine power. In fact, even the aura of primal chaos froze. This was one of his peerless forbidden secret technique. The Stone Emperor was originally formed from stone, and this technique was a sublimation of this technique. It sealed eternity and froze the heavenly emperor. This wasn't the imprisonment of time or space. Rather, it was a secret technique that was similar to petrification. It's useless. Zhou Tong roared. A stone-like projection of Zhou Tong walked out from between his brows. That was his primordial spirit. It was an imitation of the primordial spirit formed by the vicious divine striking stone. The divine striking stone was immortal and indestructible. It wasn't affected by the Stone Emperor's technique at all. Zhou Tong's primordial spirit transformed into a streak of light and directly crashed toward the Stone Emperor. At this instant, an extremely frightening power erupted from him. His primordial spirit resonated with his body, and bell waves rippled out. Ripples appeared in the void. Wherever the ripples passed, the Stone Emperor's forbidden secret technique instantly collapsed. Zhou Tong's original body also rushed over to join his primordial spirit. Boom! Zhou Tong's primordial spirit and ancestral body struck the Stone Emperor until he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and his body was covered in cracks. You! The Stone Emperor's expression changed drastically. He stared at Zhou Tong's stone golem primordial spirit in confusion. What kind of primordial spirit was this? It was actually able to break through his forbidden secret technique? Moreover, it looked a little like his own Holy Spirit bloodline? Stone primordial spirit? How could there be such a ridiculous primordial spirit? Even a stone golem like him couldn't possibly be a stone primordial spirit. Fight. Zhou Tong wasn't stupid enough to explain to the Stone Emperor. The divine striking stone's primordial spirit returned to its body, and it charged over again. I've already been severely wounded. I can't continue to waste time with you like this. I'll decide the victor with one last attack. As expected of a former Emperor Dao Elite, the Stone Emperor quickly stabilized his state of mind. Finally, the Stone Emperor unleashed his final attack. Smoke rose into the sky from the great desert, and the sun set over the long river. A stone golem rose into the sky and roared in the starry sky. This was the scene of the Stone Emperor's birth. The heavens trembled because of him, and the universe trembled because of him. Once he was born, his might suppressed the primordial world, and he even received the blessings of the heavens. He had mastered all kinds of forbidden secret techniques, and his magic power was boundless. This secret technique was called Heavens. This technique restored the scene of the Stone Emperor's birth. The Stone Emperor was born from heaven and earth. Once this mystical ability was unleashed, its divine might was boundless. Boundless order and regulations covered heaven and earth like a tide. Its power was matchless, and it was as if it connected the past, present, and future. At the same time, a stone golem materialized behind the Stone Emperor. It fused with him, and it slashed down with the Tianhuang halberd. This was the Stone Emperor's final attack. The Stone Emperor already knew that he wouldn't be able to survive after his divine foundation was cracked. This technique was formed by fusing all of his power. In an instant, the universe lost its color, and the primordial world collapsed. Even the two high-level Saint Physiques and the four supreme beings couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. This was because this kind of regulations and power were too earth-shattering. Fight! Zhou Tong also went all out. The tyrant ancestral body, the all-secret character, the celestial war art, and even the demonic ape race's heavenly technique were unleashed. He used everything he had to face the Stone Emperor's final attack head-on. Rumble! The starry sky shook violently, and boundless light obliterated everything. This place became the center of the universe. At this moment, the sky of all the galaxies was dazzling, and everything was boundless. The primal chaos was destroyed, and the supreme fluctuations were vast and mighty. Their might suppressed the heavens, and the starry sky collapsed. In the end, the Stone Emperor couldn't be seen, and Zhou Tong's figure appeared. The Tianhuang halberd made of black dragon-patterned gold had been broken into two long ago. The halberd's blade had cut deeply into Zhou Tong's body, and it had almost cut him in half. It had almost completely turned into scarlet true blood that sprinkled across the starry sky. On the other side, the Stone Emperor's figure had disappeared. To be more precise, he had completely collapsed. In this final attack, the Stone Emperor had abandoned all of his defenses. His physical body had been cut by Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grass, slashed by the Kuan Peng's wings, and torn by the 9 underworld's turtle dragon's tail. He had long since been smashed into pieces, and those pieces were directly shattered by the tyrant Bell's bell waves and turned into the purest blood essence. Chapter 580. He won. Unbelievable! The heavenly tyrant body actually managed to kill a paragon. That was the Stone Emperor. The universe trembled violently. Who would have thought that this tyrant body could actually kill a paragon? What incredible battle prowess! He's reached this level in less than 200 years. The Holy Prince and his uncle stood together in the depths of the universe. The Holy Prince sighed as he looked toward the desolate universe. Very powerful. Especially that battle intent. It's no different from Big Brothers. The battling Buddha also sighed. He could see a hint of the Holy Battle Emperor's shadow in Zhou Tong. It wasn't about their looks, but Zhou Tong's battle intent and battle immortal Tao were too similar to the Holy Battle Emperor's. On the Tyrant Body ancestral planet. Tyrant blood invincible. Tyrant blood invincible. Tyrant blood invincible. The entire ancient planet was celebrating. Zhou Tong had defeated the Stone Emperor, and everyone was extremely excited. They felt like the tyrant body lineage was going to dominate the universe. He actually defeated the Stone Emperor. The phenomenal success tyrant body Tsanglan was also a little surprised. He thought that Zhou Tong would use the spiritual treasure sword formation to deal with the paragon, but he didn't think that he would win without using the sword formation. He's only at the 6th heaven. If he was at the 9th heaven, killing the Stone Emperor would be as easy as killing a chicken, Kuan Gu said. But it's a little troublesome. He only has this kind of battle prowess after fusing with the Azure Tharch weapon. I'm afraid that this technique will have some side effects. Xian Ming was a little worried. On an unknown ancient planet. There were blue seas and blue skies on this ancient planet. There were gigantic green lotuses everywhere. Yen Ryu also looked toward the desolate universe with a worried expression. You've used our ancestors' mystic technique and fused with the chaotic green lotus, but can you really escape successfully? Yen Ryu was the one who was most familiar with Zhou Tong's current state. This was because she was the one who taught Zhou Tong the Azure Thearka's mystic technique. In a mystic realm on the Fire Mulberry planet, a golden-haired young man looked up toward the desolate universe with unconcealable worry on his face. The tyrant body of the heavens is a physique worthy of reverence. But this tyrant body of the heavens is way too powerful. He's only at the 6th heaven. Why, should I give it a shot? This person looked at the battlefield in the universe and hesitated. Was his decision right or wrong? In the desolate region of the universe, we won. Zhou Tong had the tyrant bell above his head, but his footsteps were somewhat unsteady. The true firmament blood flowed all over his body. An imprint of the Stone Emperor slowly appeared on the tyrant bell above his head. This was because the tyrant bell had refined the great Tao nomological laws in his body after he shattered the Stone Emperor. Zhou Tong struggled to pull out the halberd from his body and put away the halberd along with the other halberd not far away. The Sky Desolation halberd had already cracked in the previous collision. Now that the final move had clashed head-on with Zhou Tong, it had broken the halberd in two. Moreover, the halberd was now covered in cracks. Of course, cracks also appeared on the battle stick. This monarch weapon was seriously damaged as well. As expected of the Stone Emperor, I am still some distance away from becoming a true supreme being. Zhou Tong examined himself. Although he had won the battle against the Stone Emperor, his life was almost entirely saved by the chaotic green lotus. In the beginning, when his battle techniques had yet to adapt to a true supreme being battle, he had almost been cut open by the Stone Emperor. After that, when the Stone Emperor's final move had almost cut him open again. Both times, the chaotic green lotus had saved his life. If he hadn't fused with this weapon before the battle, he might have lost. Boom! The diamond carving in Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly rings suddenly erupted with brilliant light. At the same time, the immortal phoenix wings on Zhou Tong's back lit up. In an instant, the cry of a true phoenix resounded through the universe. Zhou Tong's entire body was ignited. Some of the king medicines and heavenly venerate revolving sea elixir in his 10 heavenly rings were also ignited. They turned into life essence and rushed into Zhou Tong's body. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reason why Zhou Tong had set the diamond carvings first perfected profound meaning as the crimson phoenix blood gold was because of the nirvana profound meaning. He knew the importance of staying alive. It could be said that after the crimson phoenix blood gold's profound meaning was perfected, coupled with his immortal phoenix technique, apart from the immortal emperor and heavenly venerate longevity, not many ancient emperors could surpass him in the Tao of healing, recovery, and staying alive. At this moment, the last 4 supreme beings who were about to fight to the edge of the universe were shocked. Phoenix Nirvana technique? How does he know this? Return Master's expression changed. Isn't this the immortal Emperor's technique? How does he know it? Light and darkness supremacy was also shocked. It's still not enough. He's only recovered on the surface and looks full of energy. However, in reality, the Stone Emperor's Tao pattern is still deeply engraved in his body. Not only that, but even the Azure Emperor's Tao pattern is also branded in his body. Sky Abandoning Sovereign reacted quickly and understood Zhou Tong's current state. Boom! The scriptures in Zhou Tong's body were endless. His primordial spirit, physical body, and divine power had been completely restored. The chaotic green lotus's corrosion on me has increased. It'll be troublesome to get rid of it in the future. There's also the sovereign Tao law left in my body by the Stone Emperor. Zhou Tong looked at his messy body and sighed. To Zhou Tong, it wasn't difficult to get rid of these Tao patterns. He just needed some time. However, what he lacked now was time. This was because the 4 supreme beings had already arrived. The phenomenal divine body can't hold on for much longer. I have to kill another ancient emperor. Zhou Tong was no longer nervous. He had too many trump cards. This time, the darkness upheaval was already in the bag. Among the 6 dark supreme beings, he had killed Heavenly Venerable Chang Xing with a sneak attack. Now, he had used the last attack of the Sacred Sun Emperor's array to kill the Stone Emperor. Only the Light and Darkness Supreme, Sky Abandoning Supreme, Samsara Master, and God Ruins Master were left. As for his teammates, the elderly Holy Physique could fight a supreme martial artist to death. However, the other Holy Physique of Mars, who had just awakened from the divine obsession, could definitely hold back the 2 supreme martial artists. The most important thing was that he still had a few trump cards that he hadn't revealed yet. The Lunar Emperor and the Solar Emperor hadn't awakened yet. Zhou Tong hadn't taken out the Lingbao Tianzuan's array. If he really awakened the Lunar Emperor and the Solar Emperor at their peak, these supreme beings wouldn't be able to hold on for long if they didn't ascend. In addition to these 3 strongest trump cards, he also prepared a few weaker trump cards. For example, the set of secret supreme forbidden weapons given to him by Xianming, the things he left on the Sun Star, and as for whether they could be used, it would depend on the efforts of these supreme beings. The remaining 4 supreme beings will depend on whether you can force me to reveal my true trump card. Zhou Tong was very relaxed. But there's no hurry. If I reveal my trump card too quickly, it'll be difficult to fight if these supreme beings all ascend, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Boiling the frog in warm water. I'll kill another supreme being first. As long as I can kill another supreme being, I won't be afraid of my trump card anymore. I won't be afraid of the supreme being's ascension at all. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Samsara Master, you're the next one to die. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and looked at the Samsara Master. Victory was within Zhou Tong's grasp. He had already completely viewed this dark upheaval as a form of tempering. Therefore, he didn't look for Sky Abandoning Supreme, who he was most familiar with. Instead, he looked for the Samsara Master. Compared to Sky Abandoning Supreme, who he had already fought once, he wanted to see the Tao of another supreme being. Fight. Zhou Tong stepped directly onto the battlefield. He displayed the ancestral body of the tyrant body. His claw of the Mastiff clan clenched into a terrifying fist and smashed heavily at the Samsara Master with fragments of time. Chapter 581. In the starry sky battlefield, facing the attacks of multiple supremes, the elderly Saint Physique was once again bleeding. On the other side, although the divine physique of Mars was at his peak, he was also at a disadvantage because he was also facing multiple supremes. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already charged over and attacked the Samsara Master with his invincible combat celestial art. The combat staff was already damaged, so Zhou Tong put it away and used his physical body to fight. Boom! The Samsara Master's palm collided with Zhou Tong's fist. In an instant, a blazing light was emitted. Countless stars in the entire starry sky exploded at the same time as if the end of the world had arrived. After one blow, the two of them moved again. They exchanged blows with extreme speed. Thousands of rays of celestial light flashed between them, and blood rained down. They were with the light. Every time they attacked, their speed reached an extreme. Every time they collided, it was as if time had stopped and was flowing backward. Zhou Tong, who was confident that victory was within his grasp, was full of confidence. Moreover, his continuous battles with Supremes had allowed his combat awareness to grow rapidly. In particular, he had previously killed the Stone Emperor. He was incomparably valiant, and when he faced off against the Samsara Dominator, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Boom! Zhou Tong and the Samsara Master finally collided again. Zhou Tong's arms were cracked by the Samsara Master's levitation azure gold battle armor, but the Samsara Master's neck was also cut by Zhou Tong's Thunder Emperor's wings. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. Junior, do you think you can compete with me just because you used a forbidden weapon to sneak attack and defeat the Stone Emperor? You're still far from it. The Samsara Master sneered. He attributed most of the results of Zhou Tong's battle to Zhou Tong's sneak attack on the Stone Emperor, who was in the midst of evolving, with some kind of Emperor's forbidden weapon. This caused the Stone Emperor to fail in his evolution and be severely injured. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Samsara Master's glabella glowed. The countless god chains of order around his body swept toward Zhou Tong like divine gold god chains. In particular, his most powerful sovereign Tao law directly rushed towards Zhou Tong's immortal foundation. Although the Samsara Master didn't know the details of the battle between the Stone Emperor and Zhou Tong, he knew that Zhou Tong was only a sixth heaven quasi-emperor. His primordial spirit was definitely his weakness. Boom! The green lotus above his divine platform vibrated with great emperor-level waves and blocked the attack of the Master of Samsara. At the same time, the primordial spirit of his divine striking stone also bloomed with brilliant light and rang the bell. Countless ripples of the great path vibrated and cooperated with the green lotus to further protect his primordial spirit. So that's how it is. Humph, it's just a green lotus. Even if the Azure Thearcha's real body is here, we can still kill him. Engrave my name on the 3-boundary steel. Write life and death on the path of reincarnation. I bestow death upon you. The Master of Samsara roared as he chanted a spell. This was an extremely terrifying forbidden secret technique. It was the embodiment of the Master of Samsara's will and great path. It was as if he was the master of the path of reincarnation and controlled the life and death of all living beings. Terrifying Tao laws flew out from the Samsara Master's head and turned into rays of demonic light. Then, with a buzzing sound, these demonic lights turned into ancient characters and rushed towards Zhou Tong. What path of reincarnation? Who dares to reincarnate in front of me? Zhou Tong roared. Even he, who had the mirror of reincarnation, didn't dare to say that he could control reincarnation. How could a mere master of Samsara do that? Clang! He met the attack head-on. In an instant, the Kuan Peng wings, Immortal Phoenix wings, and Thunder Emperor wings spread their wings and soared into the sky. The 9 netherworld sea dragon tails swept out 9 earth-shattering waves of laws. The claws of the Yen clan melted space and time. At this moment, heaven and earth shook more than 10 times. It was as if heaven and earth had been destroyed and reopened more than 10 times. The light emitted from the collision hit dozens of star regions and spread out into the universe. In the collision, Zhou Tong was bleeding all over and his body was about to split open. However, the runes released by the Master of Samsara exploded in the void one after another. Fight! Zhou Tong roared. He condensed an unparalleled battle intent and shook the stars in the sky. The battle intent was earth-shattering. Blood boiled and split the 9 heavens. Zhou Tong was like a war immortal descending to the world as he fought with the Samsara Master. The Samsara Master was beaten until he coughed up blood. He was forced to be angry out of humiliation. How dare an ant who borrowed external force fight with him like this? This was simply humiliating. Boom. However, at this moment, a fist print suddenly bombarded Zhou Tong's back. The terrifying power and the Tao laws of a master. If it wasn't for the chaotic green lotus protecting him, Zhou Tong's body would have exploded. What? Zhou Tong's eyes flickered. Then, he understood. After fighting for so long, the sacred body of Mars was almost exhausted and disappeared. His disappearance freed the Master of Light and Darkness and the Lord of the Ruins of God. It was the Lord of the Ruins of God who had sneaked an attack on Zhou Tong. On the other hand, the great success Sacred Body's performance was not as good as Zhou Tong's, who had the chaotic green lotus protecting him. He was once again beaten until he exploded. That's right. The awakened divine obsession can usually last for about half a day. However, if it's a battle, the duration will definitely be reduced. The more intense the battle, the shorter the battle time. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. Aunt, you should be proud of yourself for wasting so much of our blood essence. The Lord of the Ruins of God's murderous aura soared into the sky. This battle had been going on for long enough. If it continued, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Formation. Zhou Tong finally used the forbidden weapon that the great success tyrant body Xian Ming had given him. 72 immortal swords were directly inserted into this star region. Terrifying formation patterns covered the sky and the earth, drowning the entire battlefield. A supreme forbidden weapon refined with the secret word, group! The expressions of all the supremes changed slightly. At this time, the old sacred body reorganized his physical body and stabilized again. However, looking at his condition, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His footsteps were unstable. It's just a set of forbidden weapons. It's useless. Heaven abandoning sovereign roared. At the same time, all the supremes went crazy. They no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Tong. Compared to the old sacred body, he was more difficult to deal with. His methods were simply endless. God knew what other tricks he had. These supremes were a little afraid. They wanted to kill Zhou Tong as soon as possible. For a time, the battlefield was unprecedentedly chaotic. Zhou Tong sometimes fought with the Master of Samsara, sometimes with the Master of Light and Darkness, and sometimes with the sovereign Tao laws of the Lord of the Ruins of God. The entire battlefield was extremely chaotic. Dense sovereign Tao laws intertwined here. Boom! Finally, Zhou Tong's forbidden weapon was completely destroyed by the Supremes. However, these Supremes also paid the price in blood. Almost all of them had sword wounds that were so deep that their bones could be seen. It's finally over. The Master of Samsara stared at Zhou Tong and the old sacred body. However, in the next moment, his relaxed expression froze. This was because an aura that made his heart palpitate appeared. The four Supremes seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everything in front of them was crimson red. In the next moment, the aura here changed drastically. Endless killing intent made the Supremes tremble. The tragic aura covered the sky and earth. The whole world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The whole star field was covered in a hazy blood fog. Killing intent soared into the sky. There was a dark red killing sword hanging in each of the four directions. Shocking killing intent flowed out. All the Supremes were alarmed. This is Lingbao Tianzuan's killing formation. The Master of Light and Darkness's expression was a little ugly. The other Supremes also turned to look at the sky. There was a formation diagram rotating slowly. The chaotic aura was hazy. The great Tao laws spread out and covered the entire star field. The forbidden weapon just now was just to buy time to set up this formation, Zhou Tong said softly. He shook the four killing swords at the same time. Instantly, thousands of chaotic sword rays slashed out. Bloody light filled the sky, drowning the entire starry sky. The Master of Light and Darkness, the Master of Samsara, the Master of Ruins of God all tried their best to block the chaotic sword chi. However, they were all injured by the sword chi at the first moment and were severely injured. Everyone, stop a sword gate! The Master of Samsara roared. If they didn't work together now, they would really be finished. Chapter 582. I didn't expect that the diagram would fall into your hands. The accomplished holy physique looked at Zhou Tong in shock. The tyrant physique's lineage really had a monster. First, he killed celestial venerable Chang Xing with a sneak attack. Then, he challenged Emperor Stone alone. At the most crucial moment of Emperor Stone's sublimation, he seized the opportunity and interrupted Emperor Stone's sublimation with an Emperor-level forbidden weapon. The holy physique thought that this was his limit, but in the end, he took out a forbidden weapon refined by the group's secret. That wasn't the end of it. After the forbidden weapon, he took out the authentic spiritual sword formation. Zhou Tong's endless trump cards made even the old Saint Physique suspect that these supreme martial artists, who were trapped in the sword formation, were somewhat afraid of Zhou Tong. "Don't worry, this is only the first card," Zhou Tong said leisurely. "My tyrant physique's heritage is far beyond your imagination. Are you warning me? So, there are still some old guys who haven't died?" The old holy physique squinted his eyes and suddenly understood. He himself hadn't died. As his old rival, the tyrant physique's lineage must also have a supreme martial artist. Even the tyrant physique's ancestral planet could be considered an alternative forbidden area. The old holy physique suspected that there were more than one or two accomplished holy physiques inside. "Senior, please take control of the formation. I will go and kill these guys." Zhou Tong was very magnanimous. He directly handed over the control of the spiritual sword formation to the accomplished holy physique. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you as well?" The old holy physique was also shocked. He didn't expect that Zhou Tong would do such a thing. Was he handing over the control of such a great killing weapon to him? "If Senior wants to attack me, I'm afraid that this generation's dark turmoil will never end." Zhou Tong was very relaxed. He didn't feel nervous at all. In the past 100 years, he had reversed the troop's secret character and sacrificed many holy weapons to this sword formation. It was impossible for the accomplished holy physique to seize control of the sword formation in such a short time. Moreover, if there was only one accomplished holy physique controlling the formation, 4 supreme martial artists could break it. Now there were 4 supreme martial artists below. If Zhou Tong went in, there would be 5 of them. If the accomplished holy physique dared to have any ideas, the sword formation would be broken in an instant and the dark turmoil would be unstoppable. Most importantly, Zhou Tong could also awaken the Great Yang and Great Yin Saint Emperors. There was the sun in the sword formation, and there was also the moon outside the sword formation. The great success holy physique simply didn't have the opportunity to attack Zhou Tong. The reason why Zhou Tong did not awaken both the sun and the moon immediately was to guard against this. The reason why a trump card was because it could not see the light of day and had restrictions on its use. As long as the great success saintly being couldn't figure out Zhou Tong's trump card, he wouldn't dare to casually make a move. Moreover, with the trump card in hand, even if the great success saintly being wanted to make a move, he would have the power to settle everything at any time. "You do have some courage and boldness, unlike your ancestors." The elderly saint body looked at Zhou Tong and felt that he was different. He was different from the tyrant bodies he had seen in the past. "Alright, don't worry and fight. With this sword formation, I'll definitely be able to pin down the other 3 supremes. Moreover, these 4 supremes won't be able to successfully evolve." The elderly saint body could see through Zhou Tong's idea. He definitely wanted to use these supremes to hone his own great path. "This time's dark turmoil will come to an end." Zhou Tong chuckled and instantly entered the formation. His first target was still the Samsara Master. After such a long battle, especially with the appearance of a great success holy physique at the peak, the supremes in the sword formation were no longer at their peak. They were even weaker than the Stone Emperor. After Zhou Tong killed the Stone Emperor, his physical body, divine power, and primordial spirit had mostly recovered. The Samsara Master was already being suppressed by Zhou Tong. In addition, light and darkness sovereign, heaven abandoning sovereign, and the Lord of divine ruins were also completely suppressed by the spiritual treasure sword formation. Although the three supremes could suppress the three sword gates, they were powerless against the fourth sword gate. In the end, when the Samsara Master wanted to evolve to the extreme, Zhou Tong and the elderly Saint Body seized the opportunity at the same time and instantly exploded. The spiritual treasure sword formation rotated, and immortal light shot out. Dozens of chaotic sword radiances pierced through the Samsara Master, leaving more than 10 terrifying holes. Blood dyed the formation red, and the other Supremes felt cold. At the same time, Zhou Tong also rushed up, and the war immortal art shone for eternity. He punched the Samsara Master's physical body. Behind him, the 9 dragon tails of the 9 netherworlds AO bit the Samsara Master's thigh, calf, forearm, shoulder, and head at the same time. With a forceful tear, the Samsara Master was torn into 9 pieces. The heavenly horned ant's horn heavily penetrated the Samsara Master's immortal platform between his brows and his primordial spirit. Dang! In the end, the tyrant bell rang, and billions of bell waves directly shattered the Samsara Master's body that was torn into 9 pieces. Even his primordial spirit, which was already severely injured, was shaken by the bell waves and then exploded in an instant. The Samsara Master fell in an instant. The other 3 Supremes were shocked at the same time. At the same time, they felt a little sad. There really was no way to survive in this sword formation. The dark turmoil of this era might end like this. Once they sublimated, they would definitely expose a fatal flaw. When that time came, they would be attacked by the sword formation and Zhou Tong, and they would die in an instant. However, if they didn't sublimate, they would be slowly tortured to death by these 2 trapped beasts struggling in vain. The old man looked at the remaining 3 Supremes in the formation, and said coldly, "The chaos that they originally expected didn't happen, and there weren't even many casualties. Now that the spiritual treasure sword formation was in their hands, they were close to being invincible. The remaining 3 Supremes already had no hope." Boom! Light and darkness Supremes, heaven abandoning Supremes, and the Lord of divine ruins looked at each other at the same time. Then, they completely threw caution to the wind. The 3 of them sublimated to the extreme at the same time, and they were going to return to the great emperor status of the past. Kill! Zhou Tong immediately attacked. At the same time, the great success Saintly Physique activated the spiritual treasure sword formation. In an instant, the sword light was dazzling, and killing intense soared into the sky. Light and darkness Supreme's body shook violently. First, he was penetrated by the sword chi. Then, Zhou Tong stepped on his head with the Qilin's foot. His immortal foundation was cracked, and he suffered a great loss. On the other side, heaven abandoning Supreme's body was also cut in half by the terrifying sword light. Only his head was left, and his sublimation was interrupted. The Lord of Divine Ruins was in a similar situation. However, at the same time, he was cut in half by the immortal phoenix wings on Zhou Tong's back. His body was almost burned to ashes. Again, the supreme sublimation was interrupted for the first time, but heaven-abandoning Supremes and the Lord of Divine Ruins' immortal foundations were saved. They still had a chance to sublimate. Zhou Tong and the great success Saintly Physique naturally wouldn't let them sublimate. They also risked their lives and attacked the 3 Supremes with all their strength. In the end, the great success Saintly Physique even burned his remaining life force to fight with all his strength. These Supremes tried one after another. In the end, Light and Darkness Supremes and Heaven-abandoning Supremes were killed in the process. However, inevitably, the last remaining Lord of Divine Ruins finally succeeded. At this moment, the aura of the great Tao covered the sky. It was boundless and brilliant, and it scattered across the universe. Chapter 583. The great sage Physique was dead, light and darkness sovereign and heaven abandoning sovereign were also dead. At that moment, only Zhou Tong and the Lord of the Divine Ruins were left in the spiritual treasure sword formation. Lord of the Divine Ruins, after this battle, you will definitely die. Zhou Tong looked at the Lord of the Divine Ruins in front of him, and said. A pair of cold eyes scanned the spiritual treasure sword formation and finally landed on Zhou Tong. Suddenly, the pressure on Zhou Tong's body skyrocketed, and his ancestral body, which was already full of scars, almost collapsed. The ancient emperor's law spread out from his body. Even the sword radiance of the Lingbao sword array was weakened when it got close to him. Even when the sword radiance landed on his body, it only made his body shake violently, but it was unable to penetrate his body. The aura of a peak great emperor covered the sky and the earth. Even the spiritual treasure sword formation could not completely block this terrifying aura. At that moment, all the living beings in the universe seemed to feel as if there was a huge mountain on top of their heads that was heavily pressing down on their hearts. Oh no, the Supreme Being has ascended to the extreme. The Big Dipper and the Big Black Dog revealed solemn expressions. The spiritual treasure sword formation has enveloped the entire star sector. I wonder how the battle is going. Yi Fan was also very worried about the situation in the starry sky. How is Zhou Tong and the great sage Physique? It's most likely very intense, but no matter what, Zhou Tong has already achieved the effect of this battle. The Black Emperor sighed. First, he killed Longevity Heavenly Lord with a sneak attack. Then, he killed the Stone Emperor. Now that the spiritual treasure sword formation has appeared, he forced a Supreme Being to ascend to the extreme. It can be considered as indirectly killing a Supreme Being. The birth of 6 Supreme Beings is the biggest dark turmoil in history. To be able to kill half of the Supreme Beings in one battle is already an earth-shattering achievement for a boundary emperor who has yet to achieve Tao. Even the great emperor back then could not do such a thing at his level. The Black Emperor's gaze was still deeply fixed on the sword formation in the starry sky. In the universe, countless experts could clearly see that the sword formation did not stop. Instead, it vibrated with terrifying chaotic sword chi and swept toward the center of the sword formation. At this moment, in the sword formation, the Lord of the Ruins of God stood proudly in the void, facing off against the Lingbao sword formation and Zhou Tong. However, tears appeared in his eyes as he sighed. I can't believe I still have tears. Could it be that I still have a trace of memories from the ancient times? At this moment, countless scenes appeared in his eyes. That was when he was at the peak of his glory days. He protected the common people and had a bunch of family and friends by his side. After that, he watched them leave one by one. Later on, he changed. In order to continue living, he abandoned all of his duties and conscience. He turned his back on all living beings and used his flesh and life to extend his own life. My blood essence has been exhausted and I have reached the peak of my cultivation. I have no hope of surviving. The Lord of the Divine Ruins stared coldly at Zhou Tong. Didn't you want to train yourself against the strongest opponent? I'll fulfill your wish. Sublimate Great Emperor? Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Countless rays of light burned in Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly divine rings. They were the celestial origin and celestial spring divine liquid that he had obtained along the way. There were also the remnants of the Supremes that he had obtained in the Big Dipper. The immortal phoenix wings burned with a bit of vitality, causing Zhou Tong's injuries to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order to fight against the strongest Supremes, he did not hesitate to pay any price. He even began to burn some of his foundation in the 10 heavenly divine rings. Fight. Zhou Tong gave it his all and fought against the last Supremes of the dark turmoil. This was the most terrifying battle that Zhou Tong had ever encountered in his life. He did not want to awaken the Lunar Emperor and the Solar Emperor. He wanted to fight against the Lord of the Divine Ruins with his own strength. The tyrant ancestral body had been activated to the extreme. The secret of all was also activated throughout the entire process. At Zhou Tong's current level, coupled with the fact that he had collected almost all of the 9 esotericas, his secret of all almost never failed. Furthermore, every time it was activated, it would last for a long time. All of this allowed Zhou Tong to reach the peak of his life at this time. He was not a true Taoist, and was only a 6th heaven quasi-emperor. However, with the power of the chaotic green lotus to stabilize his body and protect his immortal platform, coupled with the recovery ability and 9 heavens divine power brought by the diamond carving, and the terrifying power of the spiritual sword formation, he was able to fight against the Lord of the Divine Ruins. This battle was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Of course, the process was also extremely tragic. The real Supremes were completely different from before. They were unstoppable. Even if the Lord of the Divine Ruins was old, he was still invincible. This also showed how powerful the Azure Emperor was and how extraordinary the chaotic Green Lotus was. Without the protection of the chaotic Green Lotus, Zhou Tong's body would have been smashed into pieces. Even after such a long battle, Zhou Tong felt that the lotus did not show any signs of damage at all. It was completely different from ordinary imperial weapons and ancient imperial weapons. Zhou Tong roared and his fighting spirit continued to boil. He used all his strength to fight against the Lord of the Divine Ruins. The tyrant ancestral body and the war immortal art had reached another unimaginable extreme. He also used the heaven technique of the chaotic world demonic ape and supported by the spiritual sword formation to break the body of the Lord of the Divine Ruins twice. This was an unprecedentedly fierce battle for Zhou Tong. If he relaxed a little, he could be defeated. If he was defeated, even the chaotic green lotus might not be able to save him. Fight, fight, fight. Zhou Tong's fighting spirit burned fiercely. His blood was boiling and the 90% true blood of the firmament was expanding little by little. After tens of thousands of moves, it had reached 93%. Zhou Tong's fighting spirit had never burned to such an extent before, because he had never encountered such an opponent. Even the Stone Emperor hadn't reached the level of a supreme being, and couldn't give Zhou Tong such extreme excitement. The more he fought, the braver, the stronger, and the fiercer he became. After tens of thousands of moves, Zhou Tong's aura reached the extreme. His fighting spirit was rolling and mighty. The tyrant ancestral body combined the laws and ultimacy of the vicious 10. The heavenly demonic ape skill combined the laws and ultimacy of the vicious 10. During this period, the war immortal art connected the vicious 10. The secret of all was further enhanced. Vaguely, a shadow appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. It was another forbidden secret technique that belonged to him. This was a secret technique that belonged to him on the path of the war immortal. It was a secret technique that burned Zhou Tong's fighting spirit to the extreme. This was a secret technique similar to the secret of all. It was an extremely terrifying way to increase one's fighting strength. The more he fought, the clearer this technique was in his heart. The more he fought, the more this technique was integrated in his body. Zhou Tong's first forbidden secret technique, the war immortal art, was the supreme way of attack. Zhou Tong's second forbidden secret technique, the tyrant ancestral body, was the superimposition of basic fighting strength. Now, the third taboo appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. He used the tyrant ancestral body as a furnace and the fighting spirit in his heart as firewood. He burned the laws and ultimacy of the vicious 10, increasing his fighting spirit by several times. This taboo was called Fighting Spirit Furnace. Zhou Tong roared to the sky. The war immortal art and the tyrant ancestral body were unprecedentedly harmonious. It was as if they had merged perfectly. Zhou Tong strode forward and directly collided with the Lord of the Divine Ruins. In a violent collision, the Lord of the Divine Ruins' body cracked. He coughed up blood and flew out. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual treasure array showed its power. In an instant, endless chaotic sword rays fell on the Lord of the Divine Ruins. His body was pierced by thousands of swords. Even his head was pierced by 7 sword rays. Invincible in the world, I am the war immortal. Zhou Tong rushed forward and punched again. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, accompanied by the wails of the heaven and earth. The Lord of the Divine Ruins was directly smashed into pieces by Zhou Tong's punch. Blood splattered tens of thousands of feet high. Chapter 584. The Lord of the Divine Ruins exploded. The fluctuations were extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the spiritual treasure sword array isolating everything, the entire universe would have been illuminated red by the bloody light. This was the explosion of a sublimated sovereign. Its power was unparalleled. Its blood even splashed onto Zhou Tong's body, penetrating several wounds on his body. However, although the outside world couldn't see the sovereign exploding, countless people could feel the wails of tens of thousands of Daos. This was definitely the phenomenon of a sublimated sovereign being killed. The sublimated sovereign has been killed. Sensing this, countless cultivators felt incredibly moved, especially those who knew the reason for the chaos in the darkness. They felt incredibly grateful. They were grateful to Zhou Tong and the sage physique. Another source of turmoil had been solved. In the forbidden area, some sovereigns who hadn't come out also extended their divine senses to investigate the scene here. However, everything was isolated by the spiritual treasure sword array, so they couldn't detect anything. However, from the wails of tens of thousands of Daos, they could confirm that it was the Lord of the Divine Ruins who had been killed. At the same time, in the spiritual treasure sword array, I won. Looking at the countless bones and blood within the range of the sword array, Zhou Tong felt relieved. The last sovereign had finally died in his hands. Puff! However, as soon as he relaxed, he immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't maintain the tyrant body and directly disappeared. After the tyrant body disappeared, his body almost exploded. Fortunately, the green light emitted by the green lotus stabilized him. As expected of a sublimated sovereign, I underestimated these sovereigns. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged. The last bit of sovereign life spring divine liquid in the 10 heavenly divine rings burned. With the last cry of the immortal phoenix, his physical body and injuries recovered. Buzz! Then, his body trembled slightly, and the green light around his body surged. Finally, all the green light converged and turned into a green lotus that left his body. After such a fierce battle, the primal chaos green lotus is not damaged in the slightest. As expected of the former green lotus immortal king. Zhou Tong also sighed in his heart. Even the battle staff had cracked, but the green lotus was unscathed. He looked inside himself. He had sublimated in the battle just now and reached the 7th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. However, the recovery of his injuries and the increase in his cultivation did not mean that he was now a 7th heaven quasi-emperor. This was because his entire body was covered with the great Daos of several supremes. Emperor of Stone, Paragon of Light and Darkness, Master of Samsara, Paragon of Heaven Abandoning, Lord of Godly Ruins, and Azure Emperor. The sovereign Tao of these 6 paragons were like 6 shackles that bound him tightly, preventing him from displaying the power of the 7th heaven. The Azure Thearka's nomological laws were a side effect of fusing with the chaotic green lotus, so they were imprinted on his body as well. The laws of the 6 great paragons are somewhat troublesome, but give me a few years and I'll be able to get rid of them bit by bit, Zhou Tong said to himself. He was not Yi Fan, who was only a great sage in the original work. He needed more than 300 years to recover and dispel those supreme laws. Previously, he was already a sixth heaven quasi-emperor. It was much easier for him to dispel these nomological laws. The simplest method was to directly use the immortal phoenix nirvana technique and diamond carving's power to undergo nirvana. If 1 time was not enough, then 10 times, 100 times. There was no healing method in the world that could surpass the immortal phoenix nirvana technique. However, my furnace of fighting intent. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, and sat down cross-legged to think about the furnace of fighting intent. When Zhou Tong had just advanced to the quasi-emperor realm, he had thought about using the 8 ninth heavens technique of the devil-ape lineage as a guide to connect the mysteries of the 10 ferocious beasts and make it a true perfect superposition technique that was suitable for his tyrant body. In fact, this idea was beyond the scope of the tyrant body. This was because the tyrant body was only a combination of laws. It allowed various laws to be perfectly combined and harmonized, but it was not a perfect combination and superposition. Moreover, Zhou Tong's cultivation realm had not reached that level. How could he improve an immortal king-level cultivation technique? However, in the battle just now, Zhou Tong had activated the heavenly technique of the devil-ape lineage to the limit and combined it with the tyrant body. This allowed him to instantly comprehend a technique, which was the furnace of fighting intent. This technique was not to improve the 8 ninth heavens technique, but to burn the superposition of laws into the purest fighting intent. This was a special way of thinking. It was not a perfect superposition of the 10 ferocious beasts, but it was a perfect burning of the 10 ferocious beasts. If this furnace of fighting intent fell into the hands of others, it would have almost no effect. At most, it would improve morale, strengthen one's will, stabilize one's fighting spirit, and prevent one's will from being affected by other forces. It could only be regarded as an auxiliary technique in battle to improve a cultivator's courage, fighting spirit, perseverance, and other illusory things. However, if it fell into the hands of Zhou Tong, it would have a completely different meaning. His first forbidden domain, immortal war, was a technique where the higher the fighting intent, the more terrifying the attack power. When this technique was combined with the furnace of fighting intent, the peak state could erupt with 10 times the attack power. This explosive battle power was very similar to the Secret of All, but it was also different. After the Secret of All was successfully activated, it could only erupt for a short period of time. Therefore, when using the Secret of All, it needed to be continuously activated. However, the furnace of fighting intent was different. Once the fighting intent was ignited, as long as one did not actively eliminate it, it would continue to burn. There was no need to repeatedly activate the Secret of All. Compared to the Secret of All, this technique did not have a gap in usage, which was equivalent to a permanent tenfold combat power. However, its shortcomings were also very obvious. This was because it was a furnace. From igniting the fighting intent to raising it to the limit, it needed a period of time. In other words, when the secret technique was first activated, the furnace of fighting intent was not as good as the Secret of All. Of course, the biggest difference between these two techniques was that the furnace of fighting intent could only be regarded as a technique that was compatible with Zhou Tong's immortal war art. Without the immortal war art, the furnace of fighting intent was just a technique to stabilize the fighting intent. Most importantly, this technique could only be used with the tyrant body as the furnace. Without the tyrant body, this technique could not be used. However, the Secret of All was different. It was a tenfold increase in all aspects, and there was no limit to its usage. The fighting intent can continue to burn. My current tyrant body can only withstand tenfold fighting intent. However, it may not be so in the future. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This technique was newly created and was not perfect. In fact, a large part of the reason for his injuries was due to the burning of the furnace of fighting intent. Because it was not perfect, such an intense burning would hurt the body. Not only was this technique not perfect, but his tyrant body also had some flaws. When the flaws of these two techniques were completely fixed, the brand new furnace of fighting intent would be different. Moreover, this technique perfectly combines my first and second taboos. Zhou Tong was delighted. Although the other great emperors and ancient emperors' taboo secret techniques were many in number, the connection between the various techniques was not as tight as Zhou Tong's. The other great emperors and ancient emperors could smoothly connect to the second taboos after activating the first taboos at most, or the former was used to pave the way for the latter. However, Zhou Tong's three great taboos could be used at the same time and superimposed on each other. If the other great emperors and ancient emperors' taboo secret techniques were combined to form a combo attack, then Zhou Tong's three great taboo secret techniques were combined to form a critical hit. Moreover, the furnace of fighting intent may have some other relationship with my path of fighting immortals. In the future, it may help me to transform further and increase my combat strength to become the strongest. This thought suddenly emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. Perhaps this technique was related to the transformation of his path of fighting immortals in the future. Some taboo secret techniques were related to the cultivator's own path of cultivation. For example, Emperor Ruthless Flying Celestial Art could produce a flying celestial divine embryo when it was cultivated to the peak. This was in fact destined to be the path of Emperor Ruthless' second life. Chapter 585. This battle is over. Zhou Tong looked at the battlefield in the starry sky. All kinds of weapon fragments were scattered all over the ground. Yinyang Prime, I can't believe you have such a name. Your weapon of light is actually Dao Calamity Gold, not Radiant Platinum. Zhou Tong complained and put away the weapon fragments. The black patterned gold was his biggest gain in this battle. Both Heavenly Baron Halberd of Stone Emperor and Dark Shield of Light and Darkness Supreme were heavy weapons. Altogether, they weighed more than 25 million caddies. Next was the Emerald Feather Gold. The Spirit Refining Pot, Longevity Sword, and Reincarnation Supreme's Emerald Feather Gold armor were not heavy weapons. Altogether, the Emerald Feather Gold was only 15 million caddies. Next was the Immortal Tear Green Gold, which was about 10 million caddies. Then came the Phoenix Blood Gold, which was 3 million caddies. The smallest was Light and Darkness Supreme's Dao Calamity Gold Staff, which was only 500,000 caddies. What a pity, I seem to have too much black patterned gold. With the Emerald Feather Gold and my collection, it's barely enough. However, the Immortal Tear Green Gold is still a bit lacking. Zhou Tong silently counted his spoils. I wonder who still has the Radiant Platinum. I even suspect that the Radiant Platinum has been taken away by the Undying Sky Emperor. I guess only the oldest Supremes can find it. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. The Undying Emperor gave his son Radiant Platinum as a weapon. His own saber was white, so he must have this kind of immortal metal. Even the first divine general under him might have a weapon made of Radiant Platinum. Zhou Tong remembered that Ning Fei's heavenly halberd in the original work was white. Time to leave. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Tong put away the sword formation. In the starry sky, everyone stared at the numinous sword formation. The sword formation enveloped an entire region of stars, causing the entire region to be reduced to chaos. It was impossible to see through it at all. Even the senses of the soul would be shredded to pieces by the terrifying chaotic sword chi of the sword formation when they approached it. Clang! However, in the next moment, the numinous sword formation suddenly dispersed. Whether it was the 4 killing swords or the formation diagram, they all dissipated, revealing the starfield. All the Supremes were gone, and even the divine physique had disappeared. Only Zhou Tong was left in this starfield. He didn't seem to have any injuries. He just stood there quietly in the starry sky. All the Supremes are dead, and the divine physique. Only the Overlord is alive. The dark turmoil has ended before it even began. This is beyond my imagination. This dark upheaval had yet to truly begin, but it had already been quelled by someone. Many cultivators who knew the inside story were extremely excited. They were actually able to survive. Ha ha ha! Overlord, Overlord ancestors, Overlord ancestral star laughed from the bottom heavens, Overlord, Overlords, Overlord, Overlord. This was a miracle, Overlord. Of the Overlord, of the Overlord, Overlords, Overlords, Overlord, Overlord, Overlords, Overlord. The Overlord's Overlord bloodline is invincible. This golden era belongs to the Overlord bloodline. Yes, it's time for our clan to have a great emperor. No, it's a celestial emperor, an invincible celestial emperor. Countless people of the Overlord bloodline were excited. It was as if they were the ones who had quelled the dark chaos. At the same time, everyone in the starry sky was discussing the battle merits. At least 90% of the battle merits belonged to Zhou Tong. The Overlord is invincible. No one in this world can compete with him. No, he's already a boundary emperor. He can even kill Supremes. We can't call him Overlord anymore, but Great Emperor. He quelled the dark chaos. Such achievements deserve the title of Celestial Emperor. That's right, Celestial Emperor. Celestial Overlord. Celestial Overlord. Celestial Overlord. No one knew who shouted this title first, but it soon spread across the entire universe. Countless cultivators were shouting this title excitedly. It must have been spread by those from the ancestral planet. Zhou Tong also heard the voices in the starry sky. He was speechless. The ancestral planet of the Overlord bloodline really wanted to promote him. However, there's no hurry. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. With a flip of his hand, the dark red celestial slaying sword appeared in his palm. Then, he walked directly toward the Big Dipper. His movement immediately alarmed countless people in the starry sky. Everyone thought that after such a battle, he would definitely go into seclusion for a period of time. This was the experience of a Supreme's battle. After he came out of seclusion, he might be able to prove his Tao. However, they did not expect Zhou Tong to rush directly to the Big Dipper. Moreover, he took out a killing sword. He was full of murderous intent and did not hide it at all. He was definitely going to fight the Big Dipper. However, now that the dark chaos had been quelled, what else was there to fight? Everyone was stunned. Was he going to conquer the Forbidden Land? This was somewhat unrealistic. Since ancient times there had been so many great emperors, but no one could do it. He was a quasi-emperor who relied on external forces to have the combat strength of a Supreme's. It should be impossible. However, Zhou Tong really came and directly descended on the Big Dipper. He first went to the Sun Star and put away the jade box he left on the Sun Star and his divine thought. This jade box contained the essence of the ancient tree of life. This was also a backup plan he left behind. This was because once the battle in the starry sky changed, his divine thought could immediately bring this thing to Gai Jiryo. However, now that the dark chaos had been quelled, this thing was no longer needed. When Zhou Tong walked out of the Sun Star, under everyone's attention, he waved his right hand. The spiritual treasure array instantly covered the sky and the earth, and the direction it covered was the forbidden land of life, the undying mountain. Is he really going to fight? Is he going to flatten the undying mountain? No one has ever done it since ancient times. That's the undying mountain. Back then, even the Void Emperor shed blood here. He actually dares to attack directly? Everyone paid close attention and looked at the undying mountain. Especially the Ji family. The undying mountain and the Void Emperor's lineage had a blood feud. Is he really going to flatten the undying mountain? On the G family's ancestral planet, Himiko looked at the void mirror in front of him and was very restless. The mirror displayed Zhou Tong's actions. I didn't expect you to be able to quell the chaos in this life. Himiko then sighed. Not only the G family, but the supremes of the other forbidden lands also sent out their divine thoughts. There were even cold gazes staring at the undying mountain. These supremes were already extremely vigilant against Zhou Tong. They hadn't even activated their human tribulation yet, but the other party had already come knocking on their door. Now, the situation had been completely reversed. They, the former emperors and emperors, were no longer his human tribulation. Instead, Zhou Tong had become the human tribulation of these Forbidden Lands supremes. In this sense, Zhou Tong was definitely the first person since ancient times. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.